All right, and we are live. There is a lot to get through tonight. We have a panel, but panel, you're in the background. We got to keep it brief. We got to keep moving. There is a lot to cover this week. As most of you know, a lot of things have transpired. Even today, as we speak, more things are still happening. That's why, as I titled this video, the Black Swan is upon us. A lot of things happening out of nowhere, beyond our control, that we didn't see coming, or did we? Some of us did. Most of us, though, weren't ready for it to hit just like this. Now, we're going to go over first, what is a Black Swan event? So let's get into that. We'll just open this one up here and put it on screen. I've got a lot, like I said, to get through, so bear with me. It seems like, hang on. It's whatever I click last that appears in my present screen. So let's do that again. And there it is. All right, let's go over what a Black Swan event is. Here we go. All right.
You are a chicken. Yes, you. You look around and sometimes wonder why your owner takes such good care of you. At first, you're not sure. You're skeptical. What if he sends you to the slaughterhouse? You've never been there, but you know very well none of your friends have ever come out of that place. You remain on high alert for when that fateful day might arrive. But it never does. Days go by, and then weeks, months, even years. You are now convinced your owner loves you more than any of these other chickens, and he would never do anything bad to you. Each passing day is additional evidence to say that you will live for the next. 1,000 days go by like this. 1,000 beautiful days. Until, of course, the 1,001st day, when the illusion of safety breaks, and you end up on someone's dinner plate. You should have never crossed the road. Now imagine how betrayed the chicken must have felt when it was being taken to that terrifying part of the farm. Given the 1,000 days worth of evidence, the chicken's trust in its owner was ironically at its highest level when it was eventually slaughtered. Perhaps, if it wasn't so foolish to believe that it was special or unique, maybe it would have at least been spared the feelings of betrayal. That one final day completely changed the outlook of the chicken's life. That one piece of evidence outweighed the previous 1,000 days. And it's not even a contest. This is something known as a black swan, a single event or observation that comes as a surprise with disproportionate consequences, radically changing our outlook about something. People used to think that swans could only be white, until they saw a black swan, which basically reshaped the way people thought about what is out there. Nassim Nicholas Taleb wrote a book called The Black Swan, The Impact of the Highly Improbable, to study this very phenomenon and shine light on how vulnerable we are to black swans, and how we are only becoming increasingly more vulnerable with each passing day. In his book, he talks about some fundamentals of epistemology that limit our ability to understand the black swans before they happen. But first, let's talk about why our modern society, as technologically advanced as it is the perfect nesting place for a black swan event. Let's say we're going to weigh a few thousand people, and at the extreme end of that sample contains the heaviest person in the world. So long as that person is subject to biological constraints like the rest of us, it doesn't really matter how much he or she weighs. Let's say 2,000 pounds. Now, how much do you think that accounts for in the total weight of all the people we weighed? The answer is probably less than 0.5%. It shows that even a crazy outlier like a 2,000 pound person doesn't really overwhelm the average. Taleb calls this ecosystem mediocristan, to refer to how the mediocre measurements of the average person do mostly represent all measurements quite well. Now, let's conduct the same experiment, but with wealth. Let's gather a few people and include just one of the 3,000 or so billionaires in that list. How much do you think that billionaire accounts for in the total wealth of all the people in that sample? An overwhelming majority, almost always close to 99%. Contrary to the first scenario, here the outlier overwhelms everything else. Taleb calls this world extremistan, as it rewards a few people extremely well, but leaves basically nothing for the others. Taleb says that the modern world is composed of circumstances that are geared towards extremistan, not mediocristan, because money, for all intents and purposes, is just a number in someone's book. The vast majority of money is completely digital. It's not subject to physics laws or biology to constrain it to minimal variance. Sure, most people don't make that much money, but a few people can make a lot of money. Similarly, if you want to consider musicians, Most musicians don't sell that many albums, but a few artists sell quite a few. You can conduct the same thought experiment with book sales, scientific publications, shoe brands, and so on. Point is, the modern economy is very much a winner-take-all system that rewards a very small number of people with a disproportionately large portion of the pie. If it was more like the weight example we just talked about, you wouldn't expect the outliers to be so wild. But the fact that they really are indeed so wild just goes to show how unpredictable the environment we're living in really is. The forecasts we take for granted today often fail to take into account the true nature of this unpredictability, these black swan events. You might be inclined to say that, no, these billionaires put in the work day in and day out, and therefore they can enjoy the fruits of their labor. Indeed, most of them probably worked really hard. Some of their innovations might later pave the way for a better future for all of us. I'm not discounting that. However, the system is not rewarding them proportionately. More importantly, it's hard to say how much of their efforts are the fruits of their labor and how much of it is due to pure chance. If you were to run a few simulations with extremist-type circumstances, you would inevitably have a few Jeff Bezos-like outliers. We may be biased into thinking that we understand what causes Bezos-like outliers in our society. You know, the usual. Think out of the box, start a revolutionary company, work extremely hard for a few years, and then smell the roses. Happily ever after. We've all read the autobiographies. We've all watched the documentaries. However, when was the last time you read about a person who did all of those things and failed? When was the last time you saw shelves of books about people who failed? Chances are, probably never. These stories just never really quite make it. There is an epistemic bias in all of this. Taleb says, now take a look at the cemetery. It is quite difficult to do so, because people who fail don't seem to write memoirs, and if they did, those business publishers I know would not even consider giving them the courtesy of a returned phone call. This is despite the fact that, often, advice about what not to do is more useful than what to do. But that's just the economy. That's just one facet of society. We also don't understand the socio-political aspects. Take 9/11, for example, which is certainly a black swan event. After it happened, you had tons of experts come out and say that they had known for years that it was about to happen. Well, why didn't they say anything? This retrospective distortion of the understanding of a problem is one of the hallmarks of a black swan event. None of them really knew. If they did, cockpit doors would have been bulletproof long ago, pocket knives would have never been allowed into cabins, and the TSA would have been invented much earlier. But these things were only instituted after 9/11. If you were to suggest such policies in 1991, for example, you would probably not be taken too seriously, or would have been shown a spreadsheet that suggested airlines don't have the money for bulletproof doors. But inevitably, they did. Thankfully, the likelihood of a 9/11 style event is much lower now than it used to be. Countries around the world are more prepared, more vigilant. However, that also makes these precautions somewhat lose their relevance. Yuval Noah Harari, in his book Homo Deus, cites a paradox about knowledge. He says, knowledge that does not change behavior is useless, but knowledge that changes behavior loses its relevance. The more data we have and the better we understand history, the faster history alters its course, and the faster our knowledge becomes outdated. Despite the measures we have taken for a black swan event like 9/11, that does nothing to improve our odds against a future black swan. If anything, it might lure us into a false sense of security, and in fact worsen our chances of coping with the impacts of the next highly improbable event. We tend to convince ourselves that we understand risks once we have understood a game of dice or blackjack. However, trying to approximate the risks in real life with the same methods used in a closed-loop artificial game is simply oversimplification, a mistake that we commit daily. This, Taleb calls, is the ludic fallacy. We learn simple games and immediately conclude that the stock market works in the same way, even though one of these things lives in mediocristan and the other lives in extremistan. If the markets were well understood, do you think something like GameStop or AMC would have ever been allowed to happen? Sure, short squeezing is not a particularly new phenomenon, and yet, even a non-black swan event such as this one left even the smartest hedge fund managers scratching their heads and practically chasing bankruptcy. This false sense of understanding makes black swans that much more dangerous. There are other reasons why we are increasingly more vulnerable to black swans. Taleb said whereas in the past people might have been studying different kinds of literature and diving deep into a locally developed set of ideas, Today, arguably the most read book is Harry Potter. That's of course not to say Harry Potter is a bad book or anything, but it goes to show that we are much less in tune with each other's ideas, for better or for worse. For the most part, everyone is dealing with generally the same ideas. That, coupled with the rising complexity and reach of technology, means when something fails, it fails for more people than ever before. The Pakistani government tried to shut down YouTube in Pakistan. It ended up shutting down YouTube worldwide, Taleb cited. We don't understand these things. That's just one way for technology to fail. But it goes to show how interconnected things are. And while that is often touted as a plus, given sufficiently poor luck, that can really spell doom for us all. Take coronal mass ejections as an example. These are regular bursts of radiation from the sun that scientists on Earth know and expect. The largest coronal mass ejection ever on record is the Carrington event in 1859. Its effects were mostly felt by telegraph operators who had some of their equipment burnt from the sudden surge. Most of the world went on without a hitch. On the other hand, if a Carrington-class event were to occur today, with all the grids, electric cars, and equipment that we now have, the damages would be in the trillions of dollars, and repair could take decades, if at all possible. And with each passing day, with each little transition into an electric future, we're becoming more and more vulnerable to such an event. The thing is, this isn't even a black swan event. In 2012, the likelihood of a Carrington event in the next decade was calculated to be around 12%. And yet, despite that high probability, we're not particularly prepared for such an event. Given the esoteric nature of its risk, seemingly low probability but high impact, despite all the mounting evidence, you'll have a very hard time convincing governments to make modifications to power grids to avoid catastrophic failures. So if that's how little we care about an event that we know is bound to occur eventually, imagine how unaware we are of a true black swan. The chicken in the farm, were it to somehow be spared by some miracle, would never trust another human being ever after the betrayal it endured. However, few are ever so lucky. Meanwhile, for the owner, the chicken's death comes as no surprise. It is a routine event, and therefore no black swan. The idea.
Something to keep in mind as you're listening to this, we've had those events already in our lifetimes. Those of you watching, you did experience 9/11. And a lot of you woke up during that period and realized a lot of things didn't make sense, right? And even if that wasn't the catalyst for you, then we had the COOF from 2019 to 2023, I would say. Lockdowns and forced jabs and all the things that came with that, face diapers, you know. And a lot of people said, yeah, no, I don't trust the system now. Whether you woke up then or now or prior to then, some of you have been around long enough to see the end of the gold standard on the dollar. Some of you have not even been around long enough to have witnessed 9/11. I did check the demographics of our audience, and there is pretty wide gap there. So some of you know, some of you don't, the events I'm talking about. But all of you lived through the last one, which was the COOF, all right? Just for censorship sake, so we can still maintain monetization on YouTube, we'll call it the COOF. But you all know what I'm talking about. Face diapers, forced jabs, people hating you and calling you grandma killers if you didn't do what the media said, right? We all know. And that was the catalyst for many, many people to say, no, something's not right here, right? You should have seen the signs a long time ago, but sometimes it takes one of these events to wake you up. Well, there's a lot of those events happening all at once right now. Now, I can't tell you how it's going to shake out. I can't define 100% how things are going to go. I can tell you a lot of things are shaking up at the same time, and I think we're about to see something pretty outstanding. The first thing that we've already seen was a certain, got to be kind of careful with words, but assassination attempt, whatever I say at once, whatever. That's one. After 9 years of everything else failing, that led up to that. There's one. And then you wake up Monday morning, and you see Japan's market. We're going to get into that. And then you see Venezuela. Then you see the UK. Then you just start seeing pictures starting to come together. Drone strikes in Russia from the Ukrainians. U.S. soldiers injured in Iraq. We're going to cover all of that tonight. There is a black swan upon us. What the big event will be, I'm not certain, but it's starting to add up. What my speculative suspicion is that you're going to see an everything bubble pretty quickly. I cannot confirm that. I can only speculate, but from what I'm seeing, it looks like the everything bubble has already been burst. We just haven't felt it yet. Okay? And you can watch. I urge you not just to watch this channel, but to go to financial advisors, car sales channels, anywhere you can get information about what's going on at the ground level. Not so much like the big political channels, but the grassroots channels that are talking about, used car sales, maybe even new car sales, personal financial advisors, channels like those. See what's going on from that perspective before you get the bigger picture from like Turley, for example, or Benny Johnson or Steven Crowder. Those are all great resources, mind you. But focus on what's going on in the ant colony, so to speak, because those movements are going to tell you a lot about the bigger picture. Let's finish this up, and then we'll get the panel on. We've got to be very brief. There is so much to talk about. I know we're technically only 15 minutes in because of the pre-roll, but I have to be mindful of the time. So let's keep pushing on. I think most of you understand Black Swan by now, but let's just wrap this one up and we'll get back to a discussion here shortly. All right, here we go.
Of a black swan is therefore relative to the knowledge one possesses. Hence, our objective is to try and be in the position of the butcher, not the butchered. Taleb says, I worry less about advertised and sensational risks, more about the vicious, hidden ones. Of course, the idea of a black swan also incorporates good things, such as wildly unlikely positive outcomes of chance, otherwise known as life. The odds of being born are 1 in 400 trillion. But to be fair, I just unfollowed my own advice. Such a thing can't really be predicted, can it? For all we know, and for all we don't, being born is an unimaginably unlikely event that nobody really predicted. So if you are alive, whatever that means, in the end, we're actually all the black swans we've been trying to avoid the entire time. Ironic, isn't it?
All right, there you go. We wrapped it up. There was a little bit of ending there, but that's okay. Vincent Van Go fuck yourself with all the swans. Yeah, there is so much going on. Let's bring the panel on, and we'll start the discussion. Looks like we have Cliff. You're with us tonight. Welcome. How are you doing?
How's it going?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good considering. We also have Jackal here. How's it going, man?
A lot going in my mind now.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. And finally, we have MGTOW Mando on the panel with us. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, same as always.
Is that good, bad, indifferent?
Well, let me put it this way. I came back from vacation on Monday, and as of today, I don't even feel like I left.
Fair enough. I feel that. All right, guys. We have got a lot, like I said, to cover. I did mention something in the chat for the panel, so if you want to check that out really quick, please do so. We're going to get in the next one here. This is an article. We've got videos and articles. We're kind of going back and forth tonight. So let's go to this one here. This is from Bloomberg. I tried to pull sources from all different angles tonight so you can see it from I think our audience is more right leaning. However, I did put in some left leaning articles and videos here just so you get a bigger picture because I think it's honest and fair to do so. Anyway, 6.4, let's go ahead and do this here. 6.4 trillion stock wipeout has traders fearing great unwind is just starting. All right, it's going to pop up some junk here. Oh, they let me read it earlier. Now they won't. That's funny. Now I got to pay to watch the rest of this. So we can't do this one. Unfortunately, that's a terrible start. The whole article worked an hour ago, but apparently they didn't like that. So let's move on to the next one. That's easy to do. Share screen on this. Let's get right into the video. This is, let's see, who is this one? This is Jim Rickards, the crash that will change a generation. It's a bit of a long one. We will interject, though. Panel, feel free to jump in if there's something that you want to talk about.
I mean, something regarding the last video.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to make this very brief. So that was a lot of word salad, but basically what that guy meant to convey was a lot of Black Swan events are man-made. Now, let me explain how that's feasible. Back in the day, the most advanced technology that you would find would be in a grain mill. It was nothing more than just a spinning shaft, a couple of stones that were chiseled to, well, be a giant wheel with teeth in it to turn another wheel that would make a giant stone circle and crush grain into flour. That was the most advanced piece of technology that you had, and it was simple. So if something broke, then, okay, simple fix.
Yeah.
Nowadays, we have technology in our pockets that could have done all of the computing power and calculations needed for Apollo 11's launch.
Yeah.
So what happens when you create technology that is that intensive, and I mean there are so many moving parts. With every moving part that you add to a machine, that is creating another spot for potential failure. So why you see so many societies look at the past, for example, every society that has gotten technologically advanced fell and fell hard. It's because what they did was build a very advanced society. It was really high up there, like a house of cards. However, with every layer of cards that you build, you are creating another spot for potential failure. Remember the saying, KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. When you keep it simple, there are places that could cause failure. Yes, we're human. It doesn't matter what we build. It's going to fail eventually.
Right.
But at least you only have a short list of potential causes for failure. Nowadays, when you have technology, especially digital technology, controlling everything, now you are creating a can of worms that is migrated from a can to a whole ocean of worms. Now, if something breaks, you have to go through a very, very, very long spreadsheet of potential places for failure. That's why. And yes, technology is a double-edged sword. For every innovation you make, you created 10 to 20 times the amount of probability of failure. Keep it simple, or you will create more spaces of vulnerability.
Perfect. All right, jumping back into it really quick, we're actually going to listen to this rant because I think most of you that are paying attention would agree. And I found this. I've been going through a lot of articles, some TikTok. There's only a couple that I found that were useful, but here's one of them. Let's see what he has to say here.
Need to complain because we're getting right now. Let's do a little recap. Just yesterday, $2.9 trillion was wiped from the stock market because people are fearing a recession. The US fertility rate has fallen to a record low. It hasn't been this low since 1979. Why? Because people can't afford kids. Home prices have gone up 47% since 2020. The average payment to buy a house was only $1,200.
You guys all know it's not just that people can't afford kids, it's because it's not worth it to have kids with modern women. But that's we can cover that in future videos. We've done it in the past. You can watch our prior live videos to check that out. But the juice is no longer worth the squeeze, and birth rates are down for that reason. Oh. All right, getting back into what he's saying.
5 years ago. It's now $3,000. That has priced out so many Americans, and now they're forced to rent, and yet rent has gone up 32% since the pandemic. Then they're claiming that groceries have only gone up 25%. We've seen many TikToks of people clicking reorder on their apps, going from $100 to $300 to $400. Groceries have doubled, if not tripled. We have a border crisis that has cost the taxpayers $150 billion so far, and we've sent nearly $200 billion to foreign countries. We've got the Social Security fund that's going to run out in just 9 years. So now you have millennials and Gen Zers not knowing if our Social Security is even going to be there, even though we're paying into it every single month. And then the government is spending more money than we're giving them in tax revenue. We've reached the new milestone of $35 trillion in national debt. Now we're footing the bill, paying the interest every month. And Americans are drowning. We are $1.1 trillion in consumer debt. It's because people are putting groceries on their credit cards because they can't afford anything. So you're asking me why I'm complaining. Why aren't you complaining?
There you go. That's yeah. Thoughts on that, gentlemen?
He's not entirely wrong.
Go ahead.
Well, okay. I'm going to skip over the family thing for a second because I don't want to open that can of worms tonight.
Sure, we're not going to do that tonight. No.
Let's pick on the housing for a second. Rhino, you just had to buy a new car. How much would that car have cost you if you had to buy it out of pocket without your insurance company?
I believe roughly, and just to understand a little bit of backstory on the car, I was doing courier work, wanted something new, had a car totaled, so it was kind of not like 100%. I just want to be stupid and buy a new car in a shitty economy, but it would have been about $40,000 for this new car. Okay. And granted, that is not a base model, but it is not a luxury model. It's a middle ground model.
Okay, now let's say that you were going to buy that car 5 years ago.
Oh yeah.
How much would it have likely been at that time with all the bells and whistles you got on it as of this
Funny
point?
You say that because I did buy a car very similar to that 5 years prior, and it was about $25,000 for the same car.
Now, at the time when you bought the previous car, what were the housing prices? If you were going to
don't know the housing prices, I can give you a better answer than housing prices. I can give you this estimation. We'd have to talk about housing prices on a different subject, but I can tell you interest rates for said car. 5 years prior, even 2 years prior, interest rates for average to good credit was about 5%. The last time I bought a car, which was a year ago this month, actually a few days ago, shot 2 years prior to 18% for the same car with, here's the funny thing, better credit. So that'll give you a better perspective on this.
Okay, there's actually a reason I'm doing that particular side-by-side comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff, your brother was just in the process of trying to do a home purchase, correct?
No, he was actually in the process of trying to get a claim done for a fault on the power company, which destroyed part of his property.
Okay. Well, all right, I guess I'm going to have to use where I'm at as the example.
Go for it. Somebody's got a slight echo, by the way. Monitor your levels.
Stand by.
All good.
Is that better?
I can't tell. It just pops in once in a while. But go ahead with your point.
Okay. Where I live at right now, I could theoretically purchase, if I had good enough credit, a 3-bedroom home for right around $150K. Now, it won't be a great house. It'll probably be something that is going to be a money pit. But 5 years ago, that same home would probably have run me about the same amount that brand new car that you just bought would have run. You see where I'm going with this now?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and this is something that's been building for a long time. How many of you remember hearing people saying how buying a car is the same as buying a house for the amount of money that you're dumping into it at this point?
Right. Which is ridiculous, but you're not wrong.
And that is before we even get into all the stupidity that's been getting dumped on us as consumers from all sides.
Mm. Fair enough.
That's where I was going with that one right now. You can
all right. Jumping back into the articles and videos we had for tonight, just like I said, we've got a lot. Somebody still has an echo. I don't know if it's me. Is it me? Is it my headphones coming through the mic? I don't know. But I'm hearing every now and then one of your voices kind of pops through. I'm sure the audience can hear that too. If you hear it, let me know in the chats there. Just once in a while, there's like an echo going on. All right. Let's get into this next one. Like I said, a lot to talk about. There is so much going on just in the last 5 days, just since Monday morning. And it seems probably to most of you, if you work a 9 to 5 or you're just, busy with life, it's like, has anything really changed? Yes. Yes, it has. It's just we're not feeling it yet. It's kind of like a detonation, right? Miles away. You see it before you feel it. The detonation has occurred, but you haven't felt the aftershock yet. That's where we're at. So let's get into the next one. Where are you? There it is. Here it comes. Let's do this. All right.
The idea is you create a narrative. It doesn't have to be true. In fact, most of them are not true. Could be true, but that would be almost like a coincidence. But you create a narrative and people want to believe the narrative. They need an explanation for things that are inherently complex. If you can give them a story that hangs together, they'll believe it. So what's the Wall Street narrative? The pivot, the famous pivot, right? They started talking about the pivot 2 years ago in the summer of 2022. Right. They say, well, the Fed's not done raising rates, but they're getting close to done. And as soon as they are, they're going to pivot to rate cuts. So they were calling for rate cuts in the fall of 2022. The Fed wasn't done raising rates. Turned out to be July 2023. We didn't know it at the time, but they could have raised more. But that was the end of it. That was the so-called terminal rate. I mean, just as a quick aside, what's the terminal rate? Well, they define it as the rate which is high enough to bring inflation down on its own without further hikes. Mm-hmm. That's the terminal rate. They made that up. Who says there's such a thing as a terminal rate? The markets are highly dynamic. The inputs change all the time. The parameters change all the time. Who says that a terminal rate even exists? But the narrative is we're at the terminal rate. So by September, of last year, it was like, okay, they probably are done at this point. It's been wrong for 2 years. Right. If you want my view on the Fed, they're impotent and irrelevant. But I watch them and I watch the press conferences and I write about it. But if you ask me if they matter, the answer is no. But see, if everyone else thinks it matters, you have to think about it so you don't get run over by a train. Meanwhile, what's actually going on with inflation? Let me explain how I look at inflation. The Fed is always wrong. They're always behind the curve. They're the last to know. When the Fed does something, everybody already knows whatever it is they're going to do in response to whatever just happened that they didn't see coming. So that's the Fed. Will they cut rates at some point? Yeah. They say they don't pay attention to politics. That's nonsense. They're very political. They're not going to cut rates 5 weeks before an election because they don't want to take sides. You can argue both ways. Here's the point. When they cut rates, and they will at some point, it'll be because we're in a recession. The data's there. It's undeniable. And, guess we better cut rates. It was just a wake-up call from the real economy. It's not, the Fed doesn't lead the economy. The Fed follows the economy. Yes. As a forecasting tool, it's awful for that reason alone. Why on earth is the pivot a good thing? Why is Wall Street rallying on a pivot? If you get a pivot, you're in a recession. That's why they would cut rates. The White House has been saying prices are coming down. They have not been coming down. You can find 1 out of 48 CPI components maybe, but prices have not been coming down. Inflation has persisted. What they mean to say, and I don't know if they actually don't know the difference or this is just propaganda. They don't. I think you're right. They mean to say the rate of inflation has been coming down. That's not the same as prices coming down. If the rate of inflation comes down, prices are still going up. Right. They're just going up at a slower rate. So saying prices are coming down is just either nonsense or a lie or propaganda. take your pick. It's just wrong. But they're not even right about the other thing, saying the rate of inflation is coming down. That's not true because it's been going up. The bottom was June 2023, and it was 3%. That was the bottom. Then by August and September, it was 3.7, backed off a little bit. It was 3.4. And yesterday it comes out at 3.1. I'm sorry, 3.1 is higher than 3.0. Inflation, I'm using headline CPI year over year, which is how they do it, is higher today in the last print than it was last June. So inflation isn't even coming down. It's going up. The Fed is losing the war against inflation. So forget about your pivot. Forget about terminal rate. Actually, inflation is going up. Now, if you want to be kind and say, okay, it's kind of sideways with some volatility, fine. That's another way to put it. It is not going down. So then they do core, take out energy and food. Energy and food.
Yep.
The two things that most people spend most of their budget on, if you include home heating and air conditioning in the energy component, in addition to gasoline. So energy and food, take that out. That's what most people spend most of the money on. And that looks a little better. And then they have super core, which is let's take out energy, food, and housing. Unless you're living in a tent eating canned tuna and not going anywhere, none of that stuff applies to you. No, people pay CPI. CPI is what everyday Americans pay when they wake up in the morning until they go to bed. That is the most politically potent one because that will affect people's votes. I look at CPI headline because it is the thing that affects behavior. It is the thing that's going to affect how people vote in the election. And if mainstream economists and Fed, regional reserve, Fed presidents and others don't want to look at that stuff, that's their problem.
Right.
The price of gas at the pump and the price of milk in the supermarket. That's the essence of it because, okay, maybe, at the end of the Trump administration, gas was $2.25 and then it went up to like close to $5. Maybe it's down to $4.50 and the White House is crowing about going from $5 to $4.50, but it's up from $2.50. That's the point. And the other thing is this inflation is embedded. Even if inflation went to zero, it's not. Okay, but even if it did, hypothetically, that's not a price cut. The cumulative price increases that we've already experienced are embedded. They're locked in. They're not going away. That still annoys people, even if inflation came down, which it's not, it's going up, as we just discussed. Those price increases are there probably forever. And that's what people remember. Inflation has a life of its own. It's behavior. What drives inflation? It's human nature. It's behavioral psychology. You can look at expectations. It's a data point. But basically, it's also the supply chain. A lot of it's coming from the supply side. We're seeing minimum wage increases. There are a lot of things that are.
This is something to keep in mind. The best quote to take from this video right here: inflation is forever. If you think your prices are going to go back down to how they were pre-pandemic, if you think the cost of living is going to go back to those good old days, nope, never does. Never does. Look at the cost of milk in 1913, the cost of it in 1920, the cost of it in 1940, the cost of it in 1960, 1977, 1981, 2001, and now. Never goes back. So if you think, and this is where we can get in debates, and I'm not going to do that tonight, but if you think wages are keeping up with this, it is absolutely insane. I hear it on both sides. People aren't worth this much money. Don't pay these people this much, because if you pay them this much, the prices of everything goes up. But alternatively, at this point, people making $25 an hour are struggling to survive. And you're telling people that they're not worth $14 an hour. You see what I'm saying? So it's a cat eat mouse kind of thing where it keeps going and going and going. You're not going to solve the problem by saying, no, we're going to keep the minimum wage here. And we don't have to discuss livable wage tonight. That's a whole other topic that I don't want to get into. But the point is, when you tell people in this economy they're worth $17 an hour, yet the cost of groceries for a month has gone from $150, $200, $350 to now about $450 for that same person, that same two-person household, let's say, if you're being very stringent about it and eating well. And that's the other thing, eating well, not eating junk. Junk is cheap. Eating good is actually more expensive. Not to say that it's impossible, but it's a lot more expensive to buy steaks and vegetables than it is to buy Ritz crackers and fucking ramen. Okay. We all know that. So if you want to maintain your health, there's a premium on that cost. Now to tell individuals, you just need to suck it up, work for $17 an hour in economies that would rather, to justify the cost, have you be making 25 plus an hour. All right. You see the problem there? It's exponentially going up, but the wages since 1977 are here. They're flatlined. That's one of the problems. And I know, I get the boomer argument. I get it. Some of you probably want to argue the point now in the chat. Well, if you increase the wages, you're going to increase the price. Again, the problem is right now, I don't know the solution. I only know the problem. The problem is this is way the fuck up here, and this hasn't moved since the 70s. What the fuck do you think is wrong? Do you think maybe this is not quite equal to this? There might be a bigger problem here that nobody's paying attention to. But I've got great news. That's all about to come crashing down. That doesn't mean the costs will ever go back to what they were, but this was not sustainable. You cannot expect people to live on this while the cost of living is this. You can't do that for long. And if you keep doing this for long, this creates things like revolutions. All right. It's happened many times in the past. You fuck around, you find out. We're getting to that point. So I gotta just push back a little. The boomer argument that, well, if you raise the minimum wage, it's just gonna make, yeah, you're right, but you're also fucking wrong, because now people are using their credit cards just to buy fucking broccoli. All right. Something is wrong here. Let's get back to the video.
Going into inflation that are causing it that have nothing to do with whether the Fed cuts rates or not. It'll make the stock market go up, but it won't have any bearing. It has no bearing on the real economy. The big picture is disinflationary, maybe bordering on deflation, which is a central banker's worst nightmare. They say, we don't worry about inflation because we'll just raise rates until it goes away. It's debatable, but that's what they think. But deflation, they don't have a formula. I mean, QE doesn't work. QE is a joke. And by the way, when I say that, I should be clear. There's a lot of empirical evidence that's come along since 2008, globally, looking at other countries that have done this, that says QE doesn't work. And so you can do it, it's for show, we can talk about it, but it doesn't cause inflation. I mean, just take the end of the last recession in 2009, not counting 2020, I don't know what that was. I mean, the economy dropped 30% in 2 months, but treating that as COVID related, turning out the lights, not really fitting in any economic model. But going back to 2009, March or June 2009, the end of the last recession, to the end of 2019, just pre-COVID. 10 years. 10 years. The Fed balance sheet went from $800 billion to $5 trillion. Base money, M0 money supply. $800 billion to $5 trillion. There was no inflation. They couldn't get inflation. Average annual growth for the whole 10 years was 2.2%. Our potential is 3.5 if we do everything right, have good policy and so forth. When you're growing at 2.2 and your potential is, I'll say 3.25, that's what Keynes called a depression. And I said, I don't have to play the recession game. I mean, I know what they are. But I said in 2007, we entered a depression, and we've been in it for the 17 years since. And guess what? Japan went into a depression in 1990. This is their 9th recession. It is. This is their 9th recession since 1990. What do you call 9 recessions in 30 years? I call it a depression. What does have impact is psychology expressed as velocity. In other words, you can have hyperinflation on a pretty small money supply if the turnover goes to 3, 4, 10 or some big number, but that's psychological, and that does feed on itself. That's more demand side inflation. But the problem with that is supply side inflation tends to self-extinguish. You know, when prices get high enough, they come back down depending on what they are, because people will produce more, solve the inefficiencies in the supply chain. But the demand side inflation has no natural cure. It does feed on itself and grows exponentially. So that kind of psychological change, which I don't see right now, and velocity, which feeds on itself, will give you as much inflation as you want, regardless of money supply. That's why I say that's kind of irrelevant. But you have to factor in geopolitics. They have closed the Suez Canal. The ships are going around Cape of Good Hope, you know, pretty place, but it's a long way from the Suez Canal. The oil will get through, but it'll be delayed, and it'll be more expensive because the transportation costs are huge. The price of the bunkers are going up, and that feeds on itself. So you're disrupting the supply chain again. That's an inflationary impulse. You can get into a debate with smart people. That's not really inflation, it's supply chain. You know, to me, if the price goes up, it's inflation. I grant that there are two different kinds, supply-driven and demand-driven. And your greatest danger is that when the supply-driven inflation, and geopolitics is part of it, leaches over into the demand side and expectations change, and then it feeds on itself and gets out of control. So the short answer to the question is, I don't.
Actually, D-Man50 in the comments, I've been reading them. I will read super chats out loud, but this one caught me. We don't need a raise or wage increase. We need a stable dollar. We can get into that in future episodes. The removal of the gold standard was a huge mistake. The petrodollar is now going to slap us in the face as people are moving away from it. There's a lot to discuss on that topic alone. But yeah, no, that's part of the problem. There's nothing to back the dollar. That's why when anything goes wrong, they just turn on the printers. There's no standard to our dollar. And in my opinion, that makes our fiat currency worthless. And the world is waking up to that, which is why people are pulling away from the dollar and going to things like BRICS. There's a lot to be discussed tonight. Stand by on that. All right, let's get back to this video here.
I don't see a significant decline in the rate of inflation. In fact, I can see the rate of inflation going up, at least for several months, perhaps longer, based on the geopolitics, which means there's no pivot. The most dangerous situation of all, which is the Fed will cut rates if unemployment starts to go up, job creation goes negative, we're losing jobs, et cetera. And then that's a whole other arcane debate about full-time versus part-time and real wages going down. And I always look at the degree distribution. It's like, okay, you tell me an average wage, fine, but I got to average like you and Jeff Bezos, and then that degree distribution is extreme. So you can't even rely too much on the averages because 90% of the people could be taking a real wage cut in a world where real wages are going up a little bit because a small sliver who don't need the money are going up exponentially. Leaving that to one side, if unemployment gets worse, job creation goes down, et cetera, that's first of all, a sure sign of recession. It's almost a definition. It's a lagging indicator, which means we're really into it at that point. And the Fed would cut. I agree with all of that, but you could still have inflation, and the name for that, as you know, is stagflation. Yep. That's the worst of all possible worlds. And go back to 1979, 1980. What was the state of the world? 10% unemployment and 13% inflation. There is no Phillips curve. It's like the terminal rate. I understand Phillips was a prominent economist, and I understand that you can compute it, but the last time I looked, Phillips curve was flat, not much of a curve. But the point being, the Phillips curve is junk. It's junk science because you can do a quad chart and say high inflation, high unemployment. Or you can have high inflation, low unemployment. Or you can have low unemployment, low inflation. You can fill in all four quads, which means that there's no causality. There is no correlation. Mm-hmm. And I said 1979, 1980, we had high inflation, high unemployment. According to the Phillips curve, that doesn't happen. 2009 to 2019, unemployment came down and then stayed low, and inflation was low. Phillips curve said that shouldn't happen. But they both did. It's in the data. The actual budget deficit has been running over $2 trillion relative to a baseline of $1 trillion. And you do that for 4 years, you get $8 trillion, or probably close to $10 trillion, which is exactly what happened. The national debt's $34 trillion. But at the beginning of Trump's administration, it was about 21, and then Trump ramped it up to the high 20s, and then Biden took it right to 34, which is where it is now. And the debt to GDP ratio is 125%, highest in history. People are under the impression that it doesn't actually matter.
All right, going to jump in really quick. G-Ski for $5 on YouTube. The manager with 6-figure salary and 5-figure bonus will cheat you out of $10,000 in pay for your skilled job so he gets a bigger bonus. All right. I will speak to that briefly. Yeah, you're not wrong. Unfortunately, that's the way the corporate structure is set up. The manager can argue that. Manager could actually hand out that money if he wanted to. He could take his bonus and give it to the top salesman in the store, right? Most don't, but that is the corporate structure. The average employee works their ass off, does the manual labor, and gets no reward. That is absolutely true. Well, the manager will bonus off of how hard he can get his staff to work. Ask me how I know. However, that incentivizes the worker to move up the ladder. You're never going to get anywhere by being the 9-to-5er. Bottom line. That being said, there are people that are only capable of being the bottom line. Don't be the bottom line. Never, ever be the bottom line, because you're right. That manager, that corporation, that institution will fuck you hard to get their bonus. That is a fact. I will give you that. That is a fact. Don't ever be the bottom line, ever, whenever possible. All right, let's get back into this really quick. We're almost done.
That is modern monetary theory. It has taken over the mindset in Washington. Hey, look at Japan. Their debt to GDP is 300%. We got a long way to go. Going back to debt to GDP ratio, 125%. Okay, we're there for a lot of reasons, and both parties are in on it. But what does it actually mean? That was the question you asked. We know the answer to that. We've got decades of empirical. We know the answer, but they're just now asking the question. You're right. Oh, geez, this is a big number. What I say is 34 trillion is a big, scary number, but it means nothing unless you compare it to GDP, unless you look at the ratio. Because I say, if you owe $50,000 on a MasterCard, if you make $500,000, no big deal, you write a check.
All right, let's jump in. Apparently, Mando wanted to mention something here, so let's get him in here really quick.
I want to tag in on what you were just saying when it comes to management and basically screwing over their employees.
Mm-hmm.
I used to work at Walmart. I actually worked at 3 of them in the time I was dealing with that corporation.
Sure.
At the times I was there, we had what was known as my share, which was essentially I want to say it was a quarterly, maybe every 6-month bonus that employees were supposed to get based on how the store performed for shrink and sales. 2 of the ones we were supposed to get got cut in half because the management wanted to improve the break rooms. One of them got nixed because the manager didn't think we did appropriate zoning. And one of them got nixed because of the fact that the district manager came in one morning and found that people basically weren't doing one of the key tasks that they're always pushing Walmart associates, which is help the customer. Like you were saying, Rhino, they will find ways to screw over anyone at the bottom level.
Mm-hmm.
And they will find some of the most creative ways to do it humanly possible. And then they will tell you it's being done for your benefit.
Right. No, unfortunately, that is the reality. Like I said, ask me how I know offline. Okay. But I do know. Bottom line is if you are there at entry level or even slightly above, if you get to manage some of the ants in the colony, you're still disposable. You've got to work your way up. That ladder, by the way, doesn't just happen. You don't climb the ladder. I'm going to give you my own personal advice on that. If you want to succeed in this society, your job lasts 3 years. That's it. 3 years. Because if you're a loyal employee in this culture and work 20 years, you'll be making minimum wage from 20 years ago until you retire. Maybe 50 cents, 25 cents increase here or there. Your shelf life is 3 years. Then you go to the competitor and you ask for current market value rates of employment, or damn it, what's the word I'm looking for? Salary. You ask for current rate salary. Okay. Every 3 years, you either ask your employee to match current rate or you put in your resignation. Bottom line. That's it. 3 years. That's it. That's all you give a company. That includes contractors. If you are a contractor that does construction for ABC company, at 3 years, you go to, I don't know, HIJ company. You move on because that employer, that contractor will not pay you current market value. They're only going to pay you what they can get away with. And I don't care how much you love a company. At 3 years, you walk or they match the current rate, and they won't. You walk. Understand? That's the only way you're going to make it. Again, ask me how I know. I have jumped ships so many times. I've even come back to ships that said I couldn't get back on, and I got back on anyway. Again, that's the thing. Don't ever Stay loyal to a company, even a contractor. Don't ever stay loyal because they are not loyal to you. They're loyal to their bottom line. And if they can keep you working for, I don't know, 2014 income in 2025, they'll fucking do it. You don't owe them a thing. Remember that. All right, let's jump back into this. Gentlemen, in the private chat on the panel, please let me know if you want to interject. Some of you have some background noise. We're keeping you muted for now. But if you want to jump in, please let me know. We'll get you on. All right, let's get back to this really quick.
If you make $20,000, you're probably going broke. You can't get any information out of the $50,000 balance. You have to say, how much money am I making relative to that balance? So now getting back to debt to GDP, 34 trillion doesn't mean anything unless you put it in the context of GDP, which is how much you're making, in other words, what's your economy actually worth. There is such a thing as a Keynesian multiplier. It's not a free lunch, but it is true that at certain levels of debt to GDP, and I'll take 30% as it, by the way, when Ronald Reagan was sworn in, it was 30%. We took it down from 120 to 30 in the 35 years from the end of World War II to Reagan being sworn in. That was bipartisan. That was Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon. It was never a partisan issue. It was like, let's just get this under control. But at those levels, assuming you don't just burn the money, there is a Keynesian multiplier. And so you can borrow $1, spend $1, and get $1.25 of GDP. That actually works. Whether it was money well spent, separate issue. Whether it's sustainable, separate issue. You can borrow $1, spend $1, get $1.25. But the problem is there are diminishing marginal returns. As the debt to GDP ratio goes up, that multiplier goes down. What's the critical threshold, as a physicist would say, even from complexity theory? Where is the point at which it becomes less than $1? So now you borrow $1, you spend $1, but you get 90 cents of GDP. Where's that point? The best answer is right around 90% debt to GDP. That's why the Maastricht Treaty that governs EU fiscal policy was set at 60%. Angela Merkel thought that was way too high, but it was a good cushion to 90. They kind of knew about the 90, at least intuitively, and that was their 60 is way too high because you're getting too close to 90. Well, we're at 125. I mean, who's at our lunch table? It's Lebanon, Italy, and Greece. Right? That's our crowd. But when you go past 90, it gets worse. In other words, that multiplier gets smaller and smaller. That number was 0.67. We borrowed $1, spent $1, and we got 67 cents of GDP. So to answer your question, do you get GDP? Yeah, we actually had a pretty good quarter of GDP, but we borrowed more than we gained, which means if you're increasing the numerator by $1 and you're increasing the denominator by 67 cents, what's happening? Your debt to GDP ratio is getting worse. In other words, you can't borrow your way out of a debt crisis. You can keep borrowing, you can keep spending, you can keep generating GDP, but the GDP gets less and less and less relative to the dollar you.
Oh, jumping in here really quick. Saw this in the chat. D-Man50, this is a first for me. Apparently my PayPal is shut down unless it's on your end, Rhino. No, mine is up and working as of today. Let me just post that in the link here. All right, waiting for it to load. All right, how do I do that? What is the button I need to push? I don't even know. I posted it in the I don't even know how to do that now. I'll tell you what, PayPal, there's a reason Pop stopped using it. If you want to use Cash App, I prefer that, as Cash App doesn't screw you around. And that is that little icon up there in the corner. You can take a phone if you're on full screen, and you can actually put your camera on that. It'll open up the Cash App. Also, it's $ Red Pill Rhino. But my PayPal is working. It's in the link. It should still be fine. It's just not my preferred method, but it does still work. Thank you for trying, by the way. I don't know what's going on there. So, but on my end, it is still good to go. All right. We're, like I said, about done. I think actually we can probably move on from this video because we've got a lot to cover. I've got so much stuff in store for you guys. All right, here we go. What about this one here? If anybody wants to jump in really quick, feel free to do so, by the way. Anybody really quick on the panel?
I can try.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Let me first bring my microphone closer. It's on the other side of my desk. Okay, so with the over-reliance of technology, we're going to see a resurgence of begins with it rhymes with lacquers, but begins with an H. What you don't understand is when you digitize everything, even with the use of AI assisted security systems for those digital devices,
Mm-hmm.
you again are going to see another tie or shoe into cyberpunk, like futuristic kind of crime that you see in those movies set in the future. Robbery is not going to be done at gunpoint in person anymore. It's going to be in the form of people that are sick and tired of watching all their money get sapped away by big tech companies that have government buddies that make sure that it doesn't matter what you do, you lose money or make money, they're getting a piece of what you have. Money is going to them hand over fist regardless. They've got their teeth sunk into every single aspect of your life. So even if you step outside of your house, just taking a few steps down the sidewalk, they're making money off you.
Yeah.
What's going to happen is people are going to stop wanting to attack these big tech companies in person. And they're going to say, okay, you want to hide away in your, secret bunker servers? I'll just learn to code and I'll break in past your AI assisted bullshit. And I'm going to start funneling that money out of your bank account to mine or someone else's. Or if they're one of those people like V for Vendetta and they just don't care anymore and they don't care if you take them down, as long as they get to hurt you or hurt your revenue flow, they're happy because you've robbed them of every opportunity to have a decent life. So even if it means they're going to go down with their designated target, they're going to ruin your electronic gilded empire. They're going to take a chunk of it out. That's what you're going to see. It's not going to be fun for a lot of us because anything that you do towards the big tech companies, it's going to affect the common person regardless, because we use everything. Like, you try to attack Google, well, now you can't, use Google. You want to post something or you want to learn something, well, you can't go to YouTube because, Google and YouTube are basically the same company, so now you can't do any of that.
Right.
It's going to become very sour for everyone. But then again, the way things are organized, the way everything is structured, formatted, it doesn't matter what happens. They're going to make sure that if they can't have their way, which is total control, then nobody gets to have a fun time. No one.
Yeah. If anybody else wants to jump in, by the way, the private chat, just let me know, or unmute yourselves, but just keep in mind background noise, we got a limit, but I am open to any of you coming on and giving your 2 cents, so just let me know. Anybody else on the panel want to jump in before we move on?
This might be kind of jumping ahead on what subject matter you want.
I end up aroused.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
But you're actually seeing that happen in real, you can't actually see it in real time because of what they're pulling, but that's actually happening in real time right now over in the United Kingdom. The UK government, I don't know if any of you guys watch Joker's news channel, Odd Man Out, but he reported earlier, or he posted a story earlier today reporting that the British government has essentially blocked any news going out of the UK about current events.
Why would that be, man? Why would that be? It's almost like I'm prepared for these topics tonight.
If you do not stop, impact rounds will be fired.
I knew you were going to be talking about this. That's why I apologize.
We're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but we'll show it now.
Fun fact, what what real world nation did 1984?
Hang on, let me drop the volume on this. What were you saying?
Fun bit of trivia. What real world nation did 1984 take place in?
Wasn't it the UK, actually?
It's
Ding,
called
ding, ding,
Airstrip
ding.
1, just like what Broken Pine says.
Yeah. There you go. There's another one, though. This one's tame, actually, in comparison. Check this one out. Yeah. So, I mean, you know, there's just a few things going on in the UK. Nothing to worry about, of course. There's nothing burning. Nothing is wrong over there at all, right? All right. Let's get back into the news and current events while we are on a roll here. Again, this is a lot of information, so forgive me. We've got to get through it as fast as we can. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay. Gotcha, Mando. Looks like you are heading out for a second. Gotcha. No worries. Let's go ahead and get the next one up, though. Where are we? Stand by. I have to keep most recent tab open here. So let's click this one, present, and there we go. All right. Speaking of people not caring anymore, this one's because they can't. Almost 4 in 10 Americans worry about paying bills in numbers surpassing Great Recession era. We could watch the video. We're going to skip it. We're just going to read a couple lines here. Almost 40% of American adults say they're concerned about keeping up with their bills per a new CNN poll, obviously from the other side. The grocery store is just outrageous right now. Ohio resident Angela Russell told CNN Business, but it's not just that. Everything has gone up. Clothing, my insurance, and so on. CNN studies find that 39% of American adults are concerned about much or all of the time paying their bills comes amid reports that Americans are holding a record amount of household debt. In the first 3 months of 2024, total household debt surged to a fresh record of $17.69 trillion, an increase of $184 billion or 1.1% from the previous quarter. I've had to cut back on all the fun things I like to do. I used to go to the bookstore or get magazines. Yeah, it's a luxury to fucking get magazines now. Can you imagine? She said, now I get books from the library. Well, of course, you know, there's going to be some boomers that say, live within your fucking means. I didn't know that buying a book or a magazine was living without outside of my means. It was luxury. I always thought, you know, buying a fucking yacht and getting a bunch of bitches and going on fucking ocean cruises might have been a little bit of a luxury. But buying a fucking book, heaven forbid, you fucking boomers, is now a luxury. Forgive me. I just wanted to buy a fucking book. Anyway, I've had to, in comparison, the report revealed 37% of American adults said they were concerned about paying their bills. That's also a luxury now. Just listen to the fucking boomers and the Gen X. Just don't pay your fucking bills. That's a luxury. Live within your fucking means. Stop being petty. Just don't have electricity. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No big deal. You didn't need water. You don't need electricity. Ethiopian lifestyles are perfectly fine in America. It's your fault. It's your fault for being a fucking elitist prick. You are living outside of your means. I can't with some of these fucking people. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, are you fucking kidding me? When we get to the point where we can't even pay, you're just living above your means. You're just not being responsible. I didn't know that wanting to just go out and enjoy a meal after I get off of work after a long week was somehow living in luxury. I'm sorry, it's fucking retarded. That argument is so fucking stupid. I'm over it. All right. We can talk all day about how inflation is moderating, but the cumulative impact of several years' worth of inflation has done a number on household budgets. Chief financial analyst at Bankrate, Greg McBride, told CNN Business. There you go. We're going to jump into the next one here. Keep the ball rolling. Let's just go on to our next video. It just pisses me off. These fucking people. There's even people in our circles that say, you're just not living within your means. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't know that a fucking $1 menu cheeseburger was a luxury. Jesus fuck. I'm not saying you should eat that trash. I'm just saying, are you fucking retarded? It's the inflation. It's not people living luxury lifestyles. They can't even afford their fucking groceries. Fuck off. Anyway, let's move on. Oh,
Actually,
Cliff,
Rhino, can I interject on one part?
Go ahead. Jump on in.
Okay, so when you're talking about having the magazines and books as a luxury, think about the long-term implications of that. You restrict people from being able to read, being able to attain knowledge. It's actually another way of dumbing people down. Now they're all on their phones, and we all seen that articles are changing and other advice is being given is absolutely heinous. It's causing people to be a detriment to themselves because they're making people dumber. So that's just my thought, like what is going to be happening down the road when that happens.
You're 100% right. It's becoming the books and magazines and whatever, but the fact that like you still have these fucking moronic boomers and Gen Xers that say shit like just live within your means. What were your means in 1977? What were your means in 1985? Because I'm sure that you had room to buy some fucking books and pay down your fucking debts. And I'm sure that your grocery store wasn't being financed by Capital One. For fuck's sake, fuck off with your bullshit. Anyway, back to the videos. Here we go. Let's get this one on the table.
Millions and millions of Americans right now are going without paying their bills. They can't afford it. And what if I told you that even people making $100,000 per year are struggling to keep up with their bills?
Oh, yeah. Here's something fun. He said millions and millions of Americans. What is that? 1 million, 2 million, 3. 100 million Americans. That is 1/3 of our population are no longer paying their bills. 1 fucking third. So that's no big deal. No big deal at all. There's no problem here. Nothing to see here. Just go back to your fucking Kool-Aid. It's fine. Everything is fucking fine. Christ.
Yes. That means people making more than $50 per hour are struggling to keep up with their bills. That is insane. Now, I want to break down what's going on, what is contributing to more people opting out of paying their bills. This means credit cards, auto loans, insurance, utilities, mortgages, all these things going unpaid, and that is going to hurt millions and millions of more people. So I'm going to break all this down in just a moment, but all I ask is one thing. It takes 2 seconds. Go ahead, hit that like button if you enjoy these daily updates, and now let's begin. So I remember many years ago where I was talking to very rich people, and they were saying that if you make $100,000 per year, you are good. You are golden, because that is more money than you would need. What's crazy about that is that was only about 7-8 years ago. Now, here in 2024, leading into 2025, $100,000 is not a lot of money, at least according to many experts. But look at this. This is what I think is interesting. Americans are struggling to pay their bills. It says Gen X and boomers are struggling the most. What's interesting about all this is how much people are struggling, why they're struggling. Is it because of their mortgage, because of credit card debt, because of insurance costs, medical bills, student loans? What is it? Well, it's a mixture of all those things. But this is what I think is scary, frightening, to say the least. It says about 1 in 3 Americans making 6-figure salaries are worried about paying their bills. This is according to a new survey from the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. Now, if you make $100,000 per year, that means you are making $8,333 per month. What's even crazier is that you would be making, if you worked 160 hours a month, which is 40 hours a week, you would be making about $52, a little bit over $52 per hour. That's what's insane. But what's even crazier is the average hourly earnings in July 2024, the average hourly earnings here in the United States were $35.07. So the average hourly earnings are $35.07, yet people are making $52 per hour are struggling to pay their bills. That is a $17 per hour difference. $17 per hour. This means that you are making more. Okay, the gap is more than what the minimum wage is in the highest paying state. Yeah. Now, if we exclude California and what fast food workers are receiving at $20 per hour. But again, this is more than what minimum wage is.
Just in really quick, this is coming from PayPal donation. D-Man for $20. Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate you. Thanks, Rhino. Great to catch your live stream from D-Man. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Keeps the lights on over here. Keeps the show going. So really, really fucking appreciate that, man. Let's get back into it.
In the highest paying state. That's what's insane about all this. But I want to show you this. Because one of the things that we have been told is that the American people are able to get by. We have money. We're perfectly fine. We are not struggling. We have ways to pay bills, put food on the table, keep a roof over our head. However, then we were told that no, we have access to money. But they're talking about.
Sorry, gentlemen, I have to jump back in again really quick. This is from Cash App, $5 from, I'll keep your name private. We'll just say Jeremy. We'll just say that. That's private enough. Thank you again for the donation. Really appreciate it. There was no comment attached to that I could see. Let me double check. No comment, but just Jeremy. Thank you for the $5 donation. Really appreciate it. By the way, gentlemen, ladies, those of you watching, you can also super chat on MGTOW.tv where they're live. We are on Rumble, of course. And thank you for those watching on Rumble. What are we doing? Numbers right now was 42 viewers on Rumble. And then finally YouTube, which shits the bed every week, worse and worse. But you can super chat there as well. And it says we have 28 viewers. That's a lie because I get done with these streams and it says we had 300 people. So I'm not buying it, but fuck you, YouTube. Join us on Rumble, by the way. That is the best place to watch because after the stream is over, a lot of this gets edited. A lot of copywritten material gets removed. If you want to see the full stream, MGTOW.tv or Rumble, which is the better option, you can watch the full episodes whenever you want. Right there. So join us, Red Pill Rhino on Rumble. Also, if you are on YouTube, it is youtube.com/Red Rhino 1. That is our URL. If you're confused or it doesn't load, it is Red Rhino 1. Don't ask me why. It's YouTube. It sucks. Fuck YouTube. Long live Rumble for now until they get tyrannical. But for now, they're great. All right, let's get back into this, damn it.
Like taking equity out of your home and using credit cards. Well, look at this issue. Americans continue to rack up credit card debt, hitting a record $1.14 trillion in credit card debt. Yeah, we continue to go up. Now, probably think, well, if we just continue to rack up debt, why don't we just pay it off? If we're making potentially $35 an hour, we should have a little bit of money saved up at the end of the month. We could start paying down our debt. Yes and no. Look at this. The average consumer now carries $6,329 in credit card debt. Experts say people are stretched. Now, I want to show you the key points here. It says collectively, Americans owe $1.14 trillion on their credit card. The average credit card balance is now $6,329. It says as consumers lean on credit cards, more borrowers are
jumping in again. MM4356 on YouTube for $2. Here's to YouTube shit in the bed. Thank you, sir. Yeah, they suck. Well, fortunately, there was something that just happened. Essentially, Google had a lawsuit for censoring political sides, I guess. You could say they were censoring certain viewpoints, certain information. They just lost that lawsuit, and guess what? Alphabet owns Google and YouTube, so fuck you, YouTube. Your time's up, man. Go fuck yourself. All right, back to this really quick.
Are also falling behind on their payments, both reports show. Now, this isn't new information. People have been falling behind on credit cards for years. But now these creditors are asking you to make a payment. They're asking you to do something.
Now, speaking of which, I'm not even going to ask you to make a payment, but yes, what Seraphim said here, smash that like button like it owes you money. Please, if you are not subscribed and you are watching tonight on Rumble, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on MGTOW, please consider hitting the subscribe button and hitting the like button and sharing with a friend, family member, coworker, colleague, whoever it might be. Please do all three of those. Like, subscribe, and share. That goes a long way pushing this content out here. And we're trying to do the best we can to give you guys information to keep you up to date and aware of what's going on. So please consider doing so. It means a lot. It means a ton, actually, because YouTube is trying to bury us in the algorithm hell. And you guys help us escape every time you share, like, and subscribe. So please consider doing so. Thank you so much. All right, let's move on.
Whatever you can afford, pay it. And now some of these companies are closing accounts, are reducing the amount of credit that they are going to give you. That is going to hurt you even more. I remember saying this a couple years ago, where credit card companies, they were going to start to limit the amount of credit they allowed you to have. I remember telling you about a friend of mine. He sold stuff on Amazon. His credit line got reduced by about $3/4. It went from, I think it was like $60,000 was how much he had, and they reduced it down to $15,000. His business ended up closing as a result.
Yeah,
But
I'm going
again,
to flat out.
this is
I'm going to
just
flat
the
out
times
tell
that
you.
we're in.
We'll just
Now,
keep it going in the background.
why is it-
I will flat out tell you, if you have any kind of debt now, and I get it, you're going, well, I gotta buy groceries. That's how you get in this mess. If you have any kind of debt now, even if it sucks, get it paid off, get it closed. I know it only matters so much if there's a total collapse, but we all know through history, times get bad and then things come back. Could there be a doomsday event on the horizon? Sure. Do I think that's coming? No. So your credit scores will probably matter in the future. Get those debts paid off. If you've got to be on a budget diet for a while, fine. Slim your waist, pay your debt down, and do some fucking weightlifting. You'll thank me later. But please don't let the debt accumulate because it will fuck you later. All right? Especially in times like these, if you get your debt paid off, the market rebounds, you have a chance to jump in on something right before when everything's at a low, like interest rates and housing. This is the time to pay the fuck down your financial responsibilities, get it to zero, and then jump in at the opportune time. Do not fuck this up. Do not carry debt. Just don't. I know this from experience. Don't fucking do it. Pay that shit down. And if you have to eat some cheap food for a while, not unhealthy, but cheap food for a while, fucking do it. If you're going to go from T-bone to fucking flank steak, fucking make it work. It's still meat. Just think about it. All right, let's jump back into this.
Crisis. They are not working enough hours. The average work week is not even 35 hours per week. It's 34 something. So people are not even working 40 hours. They're working potentially 20 hours less per week. If you make $20 an hour, that's $400 that you are not getting. Okay? $400 that you are not getting. Think about that. Okay? That's $100 per week that you are missing out on. $400.
We're going to throw MGTOW Outlaw, or no, MGTOW Mando, excuse me. Either one of you, just hit me up in the private chat and we'll get you in here. But go ahead.
Okay, he just made a comment about people not working a full 40 hours. Again, I'm going to go back to picking on Wally World for a moment. That corporation, and this is especially bad right after the major holidays, loves to cut hourly people's hours not with a scalpel, but with a bloody
yeah.
chainsaw.
Yeah,
I
you're
was
not wrong.
I was supposed to be working 40 hours. Granted, I had a 1-hour commute one way during this period of time while working nights. They wanted to cut me by half of the hours I was supposed to be scheduled.
Yeah.
And when I told them basically, if they're going to cut me like that, they're going to lose me well before the time I agreed to with them.
Hmm.
They were like, well, you're going to have to figure it out. They had to figure it out when I basically told them, okay, here's my 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. We're about to about to hit the 2-hour mark. Now, again, that doesn't include the pre-roll. I'm aware of that, so we've got a little bit of time. We're going to go to a break when we get to that point. About on my clock, we're an hour 44, so we'll hit it at about 2 hours and 15-ish. We'll take a break. So we got to keep the ball rolling. Let's go ahead and move on to the next topic. We already know the economy's fucked. Let's get into the biggest, or as Business Insider from Yahoo Finance says, the greatest bubble in human history. Let's check this out really quick. Again, if you are on the panel and want to jump in, I am monitoring the private chat. Please just comment there really quick. I'll get you on screen. I know you guys are being very good about being quiet tonight, but also jump in and get your opinion in as well. I appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and present this next article. We'll share screen here. This is, again, Yahoo Finance. We are pulling from both sides of the aisle because I want you to see the opposition. Never live in an echo chamber, ever. All right, here we go. The greatest bubble in human history is close to bursting. Black Swan investor Mark Spitznagel says. All right, so this is a little video here, 5 minutes. We can jump through that. Let's rewind. And here we go.
One of the misconceptions of the Silicon Valley Bank crisis is that it's just like 2008 or just like FTX, in that there was some kind of widespread fraud. But as of now, it kind of seems like it was just a lot of people not quite paying attention and then one brief moment of very intense panic.
Yeah, we actually talked about this. We don't even need to watch this video. We talked about those banks just shuttering their doors last year, I believe it was, when we talked about that. But anyway, Mark, a bearish investor, predicts stock markets may soon lose over half of their value in a sell-off. Oh, by the way, we have brought that into tonight's discussion as well. There are certain individuals, Warren Buffett, that may be pulling half of his investment out of Apple right now. Why is that happening? It's almost like one of the greatest investors of our time might know what's coming. That is something we'll discuss a little bit later on. Anyway, he says a recession could happen by the end of the year. We'll make it to probably November before it tanks. Probably right before, if I were to guess, fueled by the government's $34 trillion debt. I am also monitoring chats, trying to keep up with you guys the best I can, at least put them on screen here, so keep in mind I am watching. His fund, Universe Investments, has made billions from past stock market crises. All right, a Black Swan investor, Mark Spitznagel, says the stock market is heading for a historic sell-off, reiterating the uber bearish warning for investors who are getting comfortable with steady stock gains amid the frenzy over artificial intelligence. Now, you may be wondering, you're asking, Rhino, well, how does the stocks affect Bitcoin? Well, you see, I have the answer because I've been monitoring this all week. When people realize all their investments are now gone in the stock market, they then start pulling their money out of Bitcoin to make up for their losses. That's why you're seeing the tank in cryptocurrency. So for all of you that said, you know, you need to be bullish in Bitcoin, funny news, that's tanking now too. So will it continue tanking? I don't know. But I will tell you again, I am not a financial advisor. I cannot give you financial advice, but I would not put my money into something that if the lights go out doesn't exist. Are you following me? I would never put my money into something that I cannot hold in my hand. That's just me. All right. We can actually move on from this article because we know things are going to get bad and we know it's coming very soon. It's already started for sure. Let's see. This is free investing. By the way, for those of you watching, I am trying to credit some of these YouTubers as We are watching them, but this is from Free Investing. I missed the first few, although I think you can rewind before I full screen and see their channel names. Hopefully, if not, let me know. I can get that to you in a private message. redpillrhino@hotmail.com if you want to message me, if you want to know any more about the channels we're watching tonight. Let's get into Free Investing. This is their video. And we'll probably cut it off before it's over just for the sake of time. But let's go ahead and jump into We Are All in Trouble. It begins. Patrick Bet David. I'm sure most of you know him, especially if you're into financial advising. He's really good. This is his last warning. Here we go. Let's check it out.
86% of renters say they cannot afford to buy a home, with majority saying they will never afford one. 86% of U.S. renters say they can't afford to buy a home. 50% doubt they will ever own a home. Brent Bjornson, a 39-year-old father, explains homeownership seems impossible, and that hurts for two kids of baby boomers. Matt Agan, a CNN reporter, notes this is just widening the gap between the haves and have-nots, emphasizing that 83% of Americans consider homeownership as essential milestone, yet many can't achieve it due to escalating costs. Jeremy Anderson, a 40.
Oh man, the chats are good tonight. I've got to read some of them. I know the banner at the bottom says otherwise, but fuck it, why not? Sean St. George, you see Japan bought $20 billion in U.S. bonds. Here's the thing. The Fed, which, by the way, fuck the Fed, is bailing out Japan's economy right now. That is what's going on. That's what you're not being told. That's why their stocks rebounded and everything looked golden the rest of the week. The reason for that is we are interfering once again, and the federal government is using the Federal Reserve to send your taxpayer money to a failing fucking economy. That's what's going on. So keep that in mind. Things are not good. Things are not okay. Things are not rebounding. You are simply being sold another lie, and you're paying for that lie. So, yeah, no, that's a whole thing, too. Let's jump back in.
Father of twins, representing a growing sentiment, says, we have given up on home ownership. I'm not going to pay $350,000 for a rundown house. The rising prices of starter homes, now at least $1 million in 237 cities, exasperate this frustration. Top thoughts on the story?
Well, this is the affordability crisis, another story in living color about it. And what people are talking about is, hey, inflation is making it so expensive to live. How am I supposed to save a down payment? Now, veterans don't need a down payment, but the rest of us do, at least 10%. So inflation is making it hard for people just to save for that down payment. And then, okay, now you've got a down payment, but how big is that monthly payment going to be based on the price of the house? And we had yesterday the news that people were getting into contracts, like an offer is a contract. Well, but now can you get it done? And
you might also be asking, Rhino, well, I don't have any stocks or Bitcoin. I've just been kind of living. How does this affect me? Well, potentially hyperinflation or depression, all right? Or both, right? They go hand in hand. That's how it affects you. Even if you don't have stocks, which it's fine, and I'm not going to even rag on you if you don't have stocks. You're probably better off right now, especially after last week. But here's the thing, it still affects you because it creates bread lines when the economy crashes, and usually the stock market sends everything into chaos. So I don't have stocks. Okay. But this shit creates bread lines. If you don't know, go research the history of the Great Depression and how that worked out, or the Weimar Republic in Germany when they were burning their dollars as fucking firewood to keep themselves warm at night because it was that useless. That's where shit like this that maybe I don't have any stocks. This is where it leads. So keep that in mind. It may not matter to you this moment, but in a few weeks to months, it may very well affect you. That's why we're talking about it. Let's jump back in.
Banks were causing those contracts to be canceled because they can't approve them for the loan with everything there. So this is basically underlining the affordability crisis, but also it underlines you can't wait on the economy. It may suck, but you got to drive with side hustles and do a lot of things to get yourself up. You can't just wait for it to come back to you. You got to be inspired and you got to drive against it. But this is what the average person is facing. This is the affordability crisis in living color.
Adam. Yeah, this is the conversation of our time. We had a conversation a few days ago about has the American dream changed? And I said, or is the American dream dead? And I said, no, the American dream is not dead. It's just completely changed. The American dream, formerly known as buying a house, having 2.2 kids, having the picket fence, having the 2-car garage. Well, that's great for your parents, for your grandparents. But if you're trying to do that now, there's something that is working against you, and it's a 4-letter word, and it's called math. So if you want to get the 2 cars, if you want to get the picket fence, if you want to get the house, you want to do that, how much does it cost to raise a kid? $250,000 from 0 to 18. The average price of a house is now record high. What's the average price of a house? About $450,000. That's average. Good luck if you're in LA. Good luck if you're in San Francisco. Good luck if you're in New York. Good luck if you're in Miami, any of these major cities. So the math doesn't add up. So my question to you guys is, how much money do you want to put towards your house? You could buy a house, go for it, but you might end up being broke because of it. I say the number one thing that's going to cause you to drive to the poorhouse is your car. But what will keep you in the poorhouse is buying a little too much house than you can afford. The last thing I'll say is it all depends on who you are. Here's my recommendation. Take it, leave it, what have you. If you're single and you don't have kids, and this is not something you're doing the next 2-3 years, what have you, there's zero reason to buy a house unless you're some expert realtor, professional real estate guy. If you have a family and you have kids, this is a difficult situation because you're probably going to need 3 bedrooms.
Hard fucking stop. That's it. That's all you need to know. Close that video out. That's all you need to know. Okay, we're going to close it out now, actually. Unless you are, and I will say this again, unless you are starting a family, kids, actual kids, the little people that pops out of your partner's womb, there's no fucking reason. Again, let me just emphasize this the best way I can. There is no fucking reason to buy a fucking house right now. I know the real estate agents all over my social media platforms are losing their minds listening to this fucking video. There is no fucking reason. If your significant other says, we should really think about buying a house. Fuck no. Are we having kids? No. Then no house. There's no reason in this market to be buying a house. I don't know how many times I've told people this. Well, I think it's a good, no, it's not a good time. It's not a good time at all. Shut up. Stop it. All right. Do not even think. Don't even spend 1 iota of energy in that fucking meat sack of yours in between that fucking skull on buying a fucking house in this economy. Realtors and lenders are real great at this. They can watch a city on fire. And this actually happened on my Facebook if you follow me there. A lender said, actually, what was the fucking comment? Basically, I said a lender will sell you a house in a city that's on fire. And they were talking about how if you only rent property, renter's insurance only covers part of the fire damage. But this is so fucking stupid. But if you're a homeowner, the insurance covers the home and everything in it. Ironically, this realtor made it even more hilarious when I was saying a realtor will sell you a home in a city burning down. And she said, it'll cover everything. Don't listen to these fucking people. Now is not the time to be buying a house. Now is not the time. Now, they always say buy in the dips. We're not at the dip yet. They want you to buy here so that when the dip happens, they can laugh at you as they're cashing your checks. Don't fucking buy now. You wait until they're burning the money. Then you go, yeah, maybe I'll buy one of those houses. They're worth like $100 now. I'm kidding. It's never going to be that low, but you get my point. Your fucking $500,000 starter home right now will, if the economy completely tanks, be worth $80,000 later. Don't be stupid. Do not buy in the high. Always buy in the low. That is not financial advice. It is simply words of wisdom from Red Pill Rhino. There you go. All right. We're done with that video. Whew. Anybody in the panel want to jump in? Because I am on fire. Somebody else cool this shit off, man. Anybody. Come on. Anybody. It is way too quiet. Somebody jump in. I'm going to force Cliff on the screen in about 10 seconds.
Right. What do you want us to do? Pull the stunt that Mel Gibson did in We Were Soldiers and the mortar tubes were overheating?
Don't get the reference off the top of my head, but sure. Yeah, that.
Does somebody get the reference? Because I really don't want to have to explain this to the guy.
Cliff, come on screen. You haven't been here all night.
I've been here. I just haven't had much to say.
Fine. All right. Your thoughts on what we've watched so far?
Honestly, with everything that's been happening, the one big thing I've seen is that they've always gone back to people, to people, to people. The problem is they're not addressing whether it's at the micro level or it's at the macro level. Is it just like human nature? This is happening across the board to everybody. Or is it possibly manipulations that are happening from a very select few amount of people in just the right spots? I'm not going to go into any conspiracy, but they're in the right spots to be able to manipulate the markets, to be able to make sure they can eke out that little, like, half of a percentage more that they want to get to add to their entire, like, portfolio of what they already own.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I've noticed that's not being addressed.
Right. You know what we haven't heard from all night is Outlaw. Outlaw, let me know if you are available. We're gonna check in really quick. Let's see what happens if we press the button, the magical button that unmutes him. Outlaw, what are your thoughts so far? Is he there? Going once, going twice, going 3 times to the giant blonde in the back. We'll check back in the mirror shortly. But yeah, I'd love to hear his input. I know he's kind of multitasking right now, so no worries. But let's see. Vincent Fan, go fuck yourself. My nemesis apparently now. They pissed on the mortar to cool it off, or else it would blow up. There you go. Is there a link? Charles Darwin says, is there a link? A link to what? What is the link you seek, sir? I can help you out, but only if you tell me. All right, a super chat from Sean St. George for $4.99. Thank you so much, sir. Keeps the lights on, of course. Rhino, I'm on fire, and I need to cool down. Where is Crusader Nate for the well-timed? That's what she said. I don't know. But hopefully he shows up here in the future soon. I know he's been super busy with his own personal life, so hopefully we see Crusader soon. But it doesn't help that I'm inconsistent, and I have pretty much told my audience to fuck off by not doing videos like I normally do. It is not intentional. It just happens to be the way things are right now. I still love you guys. Honest to God, it's just really hard to do these videos with a schedule that is like open to clopen, to fuck you, to overtime, to fuck myself, to go get fucked and work harder, bitch. That's where I'm at right now. So I have no idea when I can do these. So I do these as often as I can. So hopefully you guys will forgive me for my shit schedule. But I am trying. It's Friday night. We're here at our regular time. We started early, but we're here now, right? And that's what matters. Anyway, let's get into this next one. This is actually from Cliff, the silent but deadly Cliff over there. This is a video he wanted to pop up. This is from 22 hours ago, so it is relevant and recent. Let's go ahead and pop it up on screen here. Investors with SoCal Gold firm lose their retirement savings. Holy fuck all. Let's see what's going on there.
News leader, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
An investment for retirement wiped out. So where's the money? Part 2 of our investigation into Oxford Gold. Welcome back. I'm Michelle Fisher. I'm Giovanna Lotta. You're watching Eyewitness News at 5, live on ABC7, Hulu, and wherever you stream. We first told you about the company last month and the customers who say they invested big money only to have it vanish. Eyewitness News reporter Carlos Granda went looking for answers to the questions. Where's the money? And is there anything those customers can now do? And here's what he found.
My fear is that, I'm not going to get the money back.
Scott Dahl says after he changed jobs, he invested a big chunk of his 401k with Oxford Gold Group. He won't tell us how much, but he says his retirement is now in jeopardy. He says he did an online search and found good reviews for Oxford Gold, and he says they were very convincing.
They send out this is an investment guide. I mean, this thing's probably 15 or 20 pages of just high-end, this is a very nice product. They sent this to me, and they sent pictures of, the precious metals that I purchased. Here's what they are. Here's what they're called. You've got so many of this and so many of that.
You can do a direct rollover, one IRA to another.
On an Oxford Gold YouTube channel, they say it's easy to buy and store your gold.
Once you've picked out your precious metals, everything gets shipped directly to the deposit.
Oh, hell no.
So Dahl placed an order and was told those physical gold coins would be sent to a depository in Utah. It was all supposed to be handled by a company called Equity Trust, but then he received a letter saying Equity Trust was no longer working with Oxford Gold.
So I don't care what's going on with your companies, but you've got my money. And so either all I want you to do is to send the metals into the depository. That's all I need you to do. And if you can't do that, send the money back to me.
Dahl then called the depository company that is supposed to
Broken fucking pine in the back. Say it the fuck again. Never buy gold certificates. Shadow Sonata here. Let me guess. Gold stocks, bonds, paper rather than actual metal bars, rounds. Yeah, no, listen. Here we go again. Don't be fucking retarded if you're going to buy precious metals. Have them in a safe somewhere where you can find them. I don't care if it's a deposit somewhere at the bank, although I would prefer it be in your home. If it were me, it'd be in my home. Don't fucking buy these certificates. They mean nothing. History teaches people very little when they don't read it. There was a whole thing with banks and how they started. People would exchange their gold for notes. And the bank said, we'll give you your gold back. Just bring the note back. And then the bank spent all their gold and people started coming back with their notes and said, hey, we'd like our money back. And the bank said, okay, first few times. And then everybody else started saying, hey, I want my money back. And the bank said, and people revolted. And they came after the bankers because they robbed them of their gold. This is no different now. Nothing has changed since the Middle Ages. Jesus fucking Christ. Stop trusting people with your fucking money. God damn it. Anyway, let's get back to this fuck. Where's the mouse? There's the mouse. Mouse is found. Let's press play.
to have his gold coins.
I called Brinks in Salt Lake and says, hey, where is my order? We have no knowledge of your order.
Wow.
Your order's not here. Who are you?
Wow.
We first reported about Oxford Gold several weeks ago. After our story, people from all over the country are reaching out to us, as far away as Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Washington State, and more. They tell us they sent tens of thousands of dollars to Oxford Gold. The State Department agency that oversees this is the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. It wouldn't talk about Oxford Gold specifically, but says people need to be careful when trading metals.
They're targeting senior citizens, and it's because they have the highest amount in their retirement funds. And that's really what these precious metals dealers are focusing on, and they're trying to encourage people to sell securities in their traditional retirement accounts.
These photos
Bro,
show the company office on Wilshire
I'm
Boulevard.
good. I'm good. I've seen enough. I'm out. This is fucked. Of course they're preying on old people. That's a fucking scam as old as time. They were going after people's social security numbers just the last few years for the same reason. If you can find an old fuck to answer the phone and sell them something or threaten with something, don't be that old fuck. Just be the old fuck that says fuck you and hangs up. All right. If you're an old fuck watching this show, which is like 3% of my audience, but if you're an old fuck, hang up the goddamn phone. All right. We are about at the 2:07 mark. I said at 2:15 we'd take a break. So we've got room for one more. Let's see. What is the next one on tap? U.S. debt crisis and plummeting birth rates. It's all connected, ladies and gentlemen. The black swan is multifaceted. It's not just one thing. It's all the fucking things. And this is from Dr. Steve Turley. If you know him, awesome. Subscribe if you don't know him because he's fucking awesome. Let's go ahead and put him on screen here. This, again, is Dr. Steve Turley, not to be confused with the other Turley, but he is excellent with content. You should check him out for sure. Again, please subscribe to Dr. Steve Turley. I get my news there. He's a good dude. There you go. Here we go. Playing.
Hey, gang, it's me, Dr. Steve. And obviously, we're living in the midst of some pretty crazy and insane times, but also ones that are incredibly promising with amazing trends happening all over the world. And joining me to talk about precisely those worldwide dynamics is my fellow YouTuber and awesome Aussie, Jake Julius, who's the host of the amazing channel Rattlesnake TV, where he discusses all things culture, politics, and more through a conservative perspective with a good dash of satire to boot. He's also the host of the reality-based podcast and owner of the reality-based merch store, which you can check out by just clicking on that link below. Jake, welcome, man. Great to see you again.
Such a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you. And thanks for staying up. I know you're a little, you're on the other side of the planet. So I appreciate you taking the time to chat with us. You're in Australia, but you're obviously following politics and cultural trends all over the world. I'm curious if you could start by giving us a sense of the conditions on the ground where you are. Just what are the political and cultural dynamics currently like in Australia? Let's start domestically. We can get into the wider geopolitical arena, particularly with China in a bit. But can you give us just a sense of what's it like right now in Australia?
So I actually don't live in Australia at the moment. I'm traveling around, and I'm in Istanbul at the moment as we speak.
Oh, you in Istanbul? Okay, I knew
Yeah,
you were in.
yeah.
I've got you on the. I knew you've been traveling. So excellent.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Australian, but currently just moving around Europe a little bit. So much more interesting times in Istanbul than it is in Australia. Look, Australia tends to lag behind. I think when you were on my podcast, we talked about this a little bit, how Australia tends to lag behind in terms of culture when it comes to America. We tend to do what America does a lot of the time. But unfortunately, one of the things that happened during that virus that we all lived through a few years ago is that Australia became somewhat of a test case for the rest of the world for things like security systems, digital security systems. And also, Australia has quite a submissive population, because if you think about it, it's one of the lucky countries, absolutely. And things are very prosperous in Australia. Blue collar workers get paid good money. The standard of living is quite high. We didn't get overly affected by the global financial crisis of 2008. We haven't had a major civil war to sort of really give us that visceral sense of fighting for freedom. So we tend to trust the government a lot. And then we saw that during that time that the Australian population was extremely apathetic to the wider political issues, and being on the ground during that time really affirmed that, being in Australia during that time, because obviously I had to live through it, was told that I couldn't go within 5 kilometers of my house and much more. And I'm sure you would have seen that Tucker Carlson was recently in Australia, and he did a few speeches all around, and he really, for lack of a better term, really gave some truth bombs to the Australians, which was very necessary.
Yeah. No, that was wonderful to see. Yeah, he's been going on. He's been traveling like you have in many ways, dropping truth bombs wherever he's going. Yeah, that's so true. I never even thought about that. That the very conditions, the cultural conditions that Australia and social conditions that Australia's been in for decades, if not centuries, did sort of provide the context for a rather, shall we say, placid response to some pretty brutal crackdowns on freedoms. And it was shocking, I think, for a lot of, particularly the Western world, looking at what was happening there. I'm curious to just geopolitically, what the role of Australia will be in the growing tensions between the United States and China. So obviously China by far is Australia's biggest trade partner, followed by the States and Japan. But economically, Australia has definitely aligned itself, it seems, with China. But in terms of security, it's aligned itself with the United States and the collective West. So who are increasingly becoming very hostile to China. So obviously Australia is going to go through a bit of a tug of war here. How do you see that kind of ambiguity working itself out in Australia?
Well, I think it's an interesting one, because rhetorically we're very aligned with the West, and rhetorically we're actually quite hostile to China at times. But it almost seems like a bit of chest beating, because like you said, we're very tied economically to China. Like, we send a lot of our resources over to China, and then we buy them back, the very same resources, and then they cost us a lot more. And we, for example, we send a lot of our natural resources to China, and then we'll buy back the solar panels that and that industry is being heavily subsidized by the government. We've also had a lot of scandals over the years where Australian governments have sold out to Chinese companies and to the CCP. We look at the Port of Darwin. The Chinese have a massive lease on the Port of Darwin for, I think, the next 100 years or something like that. So there is a lot of chest beating in terms of our rhetoric towards China. But the way I see it going in the future is that Australia will basically follow whatever the United States does, and I think that's just the way that we do things, unfortunately.
Yeah, you and Europe as well. That's the price that was paid in the post World War II rules based order, right?
Exactly.
We'll help you. We'll help you rebuild. Same with Japan, where my wife is from. We'll help you rebuild, but then you're going to be our lackeys from this point forward. Yeah, unfortunately. What are you sensing some growing tension between the states and China, and by implication Australia with possible military action? Obviously, Taiwan's one of the flashpoints. I mean, we've got three major flashpoints right now. We got Ukraine, Israel, and we got Taiwan. Two are hot. One is cold. What are you seeing there in terms of your old neck of the woods there in terms of the heat? Are we seeing war rhetoric starting to ratchet up?
Yeah, I think that would be a terrible idea for Australia to ratchet up that rhetoric anymore, because there already is a little bit of that. And there's been some barbs thrown between Australian politicians and Chinese politicians. And I think that there was even something to do with wine or something like that, where the Chinese put some sort of tax or tariff on us. And there's been a few things happen there over the past few years, but it would be a terrible idea, because if we were to get into some sort of conflict with China, we're much closer to them than the United States are. And if there was a conflict between Australia and China, like, we completely rely on the United States for our defense. So I think the United States have just gone over the $35 trillion mark in debt. And in my opinion, I believe that if there was to be a ground sort of war, a hot war in the Middle East between the United States and Iran at some point, I'm not sure that the United States would survive that, let alone a conflict with China. So we do very much rely on them militarily. We've bought some submarines recently. I'm sure you're aware of the AUKUS deal. But I think that would be an absolutely terrible idea. But the problem is that when you look at the coalition between Russia, China, India, South Africa, and Brazil, obviously the BRICS alliance, and then the other countries there, it's predicated upon this notion of these civilizational societies that you and I talked about last time. And Australia is the furthest thing from that. Australia is a very atheist country. The idea of tradition is sort of a dirty word in Australia. It's all about progress and diversity and inclusion and all these sorts of things. So ideologically, we don't align with China at all. We align completely with the West. And if there were to be some sort of a conflict, it would be pretty bad news for Australia. And plus, we're this big land with all of these natural resources, small population.
All right. So for those of you tuning in just now, there was a lot we're going over. There's a lot more to cover. We're going to get into that. We're going to take a short break here, actually. If you want to see this full interview, again, it's Dr. Steve Turley on YouTube. You can check this full interview out, but it's talking about the decline in birth rates. It's also talking about current situations with different countries and the likelihood of going into a hot war. Again, if you want to check it out, go on over to Dr. Steve Turley to see more. But we've got to cut to a break. Did you know that if you support the channel over here at Red Pill Rhino, you can buy merchandise? We have all sorts of stuff. We have a store. You go over to redpillrhino.com. You can get all sorts of cool stuff, hats, shirts, hoodies, anything you want. I think we even have like water bottles, mouse pads, pretty much anything. If you want the logo, we've got it. So if you want to do that, head over there really quick, redpillrhino.com. We are going to cut to break now. If you have any thoughts, comments, or concerns, please hold them till after the break. But yeah, please consider going over to www.redpillrhino.com. Of course, you can donate, Cash App, PayPal. There is super chats on YouTube, Rumble, and MGTOW.tv. Consider at least checking out the merch store If you don't like our merch, there is a Billy donation option, Billy Von Bomb, for those of you that don't know. It is at the very bottom. Bronto Lives Matter merch exists. Against my better judgment, it's stayed on the website, but if you want to support Bronto Lives, that's at the very bottom, www.redpillrhino.com. Let's go ahead and check out one of the ads that, maybe two of the ads that Billy Von Bomb made for that merch store. Let's jump over to a quick break. We'll see you on the other side, and we'll get to Mando, who is patiently waiting, I know, and his interjection. Here we go. All right. Koozie. All right, we're back. Anything but the koozie. Mando, jumping over to you really quick. We got to move right along to the next topic, but what were you going to say there?
All I was going to say is I just ordered one of the water bottles from your website, and it was easier than getting a 304 to say yes at the local sorority.
There you go. Fuck yeah, that's awful. But there's also something else I wanted to bring up tonight. Let me full screen this. Not so much bring up, but just say, if you are part of our gilded community and you're a supporter and you've donated this channel, I want to give back. And I'm gonna talk about it here briefly. I've got one, I've got two, I've got three, I've got four. We have got four American flags here. I want to give these out to the supporters, especially those that donated to the show. These are actually good quality ones. They are folded. I folded them up myself here, but they are 3x5 flags. I want to start seeing who we can get these to. Some of our most adamant supporters, I want to send these to. So if you are a supporter of the show, you've donated to the show, and you would like your own American flag, let's say you don't have one for whatever reason, or yours is damaged or worn or whatever, send me a message at redpillrhino@hotmail.com and let me know if you want one of these flags. Again, if you're a supporter, of course, if you're in the gilded community or you've donated regularly to the show, just provide some proof of that. Of course, you can just tell me, hey, look at my name in gilded, or here's a link of the last few donations I've given you. I want to give back. So if you want an American flag that you can fly from Red Pill Rhino, we've got 4 of them here that I want to give out to you guys. So if you want to be one of the 4 to receive an American flag, I've been holding on to these for a few weeks, thinking about it, and I want you guys to have them. I don't obviously need 4 American flags. So this is your opportunity to get one from the Red Pill fucking Rhino. There you go. So again, redpillrhino@hotmail.com if you'd like a flag. We will keep these here as they go. I will only tell you the, and it's not good. Look at this. This is Lockheed stock in the last week. Lockheed Martin, for those of you that aren't familiar, is a defense contractor. All of a sudden, you can see this large spike. Gee, I wonder what that could mean. You have to draw your own conclusions. I cannot spell it out for you, but I'm sure most of you know what that could mean. It's not great. All right, we're going to jump over to the next video here. Let me pull this down. All the stocks are tanking, but defense contractors are doing well. What does that mean?
And what international event is happening where you have a lot of world leaders being able to get together?
Oh, we're going to cover that too. If you'd like to actually just go into that briefly, if you can.
Well, everybody knows what's been happening for the last, week and a half now. International event, had a lot of controversy right at the very beginning because it insulted a certain religious group. A lot of people get together around some sort of camaraderie about how skilled they are. The Olympics. If you haven't noticed, with a lot of key events on the international stage, Olympics is actually a major meeting place for a lot of world leaders, to where they have the excuse of, hey, we're going to show up, we're going to support our home countries, but what's happening behind the scenes? That's the stuff you're not seeing.
Right.
And I won't say anymore.
Yep, we'll leave it at that. It is getting very interesting out there. Let's bring in our next video. By the way, again, panel, you're welcome to jump in. Just let me know in the private chat, and we'll get you on panel here. Let's go into this one here. This is regarding Japan. And again, we're not going to watch the whole video. This is Graham Stephan. He is a financial advisor. I can't tell you whether I'd put my hat in the ring with him, but I am subscribed. I trust him enough to at least listen to what he has to say. Let's see what he has to say this time.
Is America heading towards a recession?
The Dow's down more than 1,000 points as that global sell-off intensifies.
Overnight, Japan's Nikkei plunged 12%. That is its worst day since 1987. Seems like a recession cannot be ruled out just.
Oh, by the way, last time a stock market dipped 12%, that includes our stock market, by the way, it created a Great Depression. Just something to chew on as we continue.
What's up, you guys? It's Graham here. And apparently we're look, as soon as I go out of town to film for my podcast, the entire market goes into a complete free fall tailspin. Normally, I would just wait until I get home to make a video like this, but this is urgent, and we need to.
I do have to interrupt really quick. Seriously, podcast, they are not. They are being kept in a chest that is right below. You can hear that? That's the drawer of the chest. Those flags are kept in a chest. They do not touch the ground. Thank you, sir. All right, let's get back into this. Oh, there we go.
To bring you up to speed with exactly what's happening, because this is not normal. For the first time since 2020, we have the perfect storm of events all taking place at the exact same time, causing some of the largest single-day losses since COVID. And we all know how that turned out. So even though I'm rushing this out without many edits to try to get you the information as soon as possible, let's talk about exactly what's happening, why the stock market has fallen so much, what this means for you, and then what history tells us is most likely to happen next, since a lot of this is unprecedented. Although before we start, as usual, if you appreciate the makeshift studio like this and me filming really late at night to try to get you this information, all I ask in return is that you hit the like button or subscribe. That would mean the world to me. That's it. Thank you so much. And all of this begins here. The Japanese yen unwinding. Look, even though this sounds like a complicated term, it's really easy to understand if we break it down. On the surface, global economies are extremely interconnected. Like what happens in the UK has the potential to impact the United States. China's decisions have a large effect on the demand of US dollars. And when one country is economically...
Seraphim. I'm not concerned about that. That's my way of giving back. He says in the comments here, it would cost you an arm and a leg to send one of those flags to Europe, Rhino. LOL. Let me know. I will gladly send one to the UK or Australia, anywhere. If you're a supporter, I'll pay the postage. I know the cost. It is of no concern. If you're a supporter, those flags go out to you. All right, there we go.
Stronger than another. money tends to flow out and into something else, which is what's happening.
Speaking of supporter, MM4356 for $2 just popped up here. I smell Fortunate Son and hear napalm. Creedence Clearwater Revival is not too far off from where we might be soon. Yes, sir. There you go.
Happening here. Even though our money has lost a significant amount of its purchasing power over the last 50 years, it's still the reserve currency in the world. And that means there's consistent demand for something like this. And no, I don't mean a $2 bill. I just keep this on me because it's good luck. Instead, I mean demand for US treasuries. Think of it like this. Every country has their own unique currency, interest rate, and inflation rate, which is constantly measured by what it gets you in US dollars. This means there can be arbitrage opportunities where you borrow in one currency at a low interest rate, put that in another currency at a higher interest rate, and then you profit the difference, which is what's happening with Japan. For more than 30 years, the Japanese yen has been on a downtrend. In fact, their financial system is so bad, with decades of deflation, an aging population, and weak demand, that interest rates remain near historic lows just to incentivize spending, borrowing, and trade. And they could get away with that because until recently, inflation for them has been non-existent. Now, in most cases, this isn't that big of a deal, and global interest rates tend to balance each other out. But recently, something changed. Because the United States battled with record high inflation from 2022 to 23, they were forced to raise interest rates at the fastest pace ever in history. And all of a sudden, the United States was paying a very competitive interest rate that was completely risk-free. This presented a very unique opportunity where traders could borrow the yen at a low interest rate, put that in US dollars and treasuries at a
Broken Pine just received an email from you. You will receive the first of 4 flags. Please send me your address and I'll get that out to you shortly. Right on, man. There you go. Flag is yours.
You could also make a profit on top of that by paying back less than you borrowed. As an example of this, in really simple terms, imagine you borrowed 1.3 million yen at 0.5% interest, which would get you 10,000 US dollars. You could then take that $10,000 and buy a 12-month treasury that earns 5.5%. If everything stays the exact same, after 12 months, you now have $10,550, which is equivalent to 1,371,000 yen. You pay back the 1.3 million plus interest, and now you have roughly 500 US dollars worth of profit, all while investing in something that's backed by the full faith of the US government. However, like I mentioned earlier, there is one factor that could either be the biggest blessing or curse when it comes to this, and that would be currency exchange. In our previous example, investors got very accustomed to being able to borrow 1.3 million worth of yen, get 10,000 US dollars, and 12 months later when they cash out, the yen weakened, and all of a sudden the $10,000 now gets you 1.5 million yen. This means not only would you be able to make $500 worth of profit, but you also make an extra 200,000 yen for free because the US dollar went up in value relative to what you borrowed. This, of course, seemed like a sure thing until it wasn't. That's right, Japan recently raised their interest rates in response to their currency consistently losing value. And as a result, this caused the yen to strengthen and the dollar to decline. Or put another way, imagine you borrow 1.6 million yen to buy 10,000 US dollars. All of a sudden, the yen increases while the dollar declines. And now when you have to pay back the loan, your $10,000 only gets you 1.4 million yen. So you're $200,000 short, and you have to come up with the money fast. What do? Unfortunately, this is exactly what's just happened. As you can see on July 10th, 1 US dollar bought you 161 yen. And now because of the rate hike, it only gives you 143 yen, a more than 10% decline from peak. And when you spread that across trillions of dollars invested throughout the United States and potentially leveraged positions, you have quite the storm. Essentially, all of this means that trillions of dollars had to be moved around or sold to pay off loans borrowed in another currency that now requires a lot more money to pay back than what was borrowed.
And that's the problem. And for the sake of time, we're going to end there. If you want to see the rest of this, again, it started, Japan just broke the U.S. stock market. Graham Stephan. We're going to move on to another financial advisor. You've probably seen him if you watch any of the bigger channels. He started off in like 2019, 2020 as a small channel, blew up immediately. He's been seen on many news stations nationwide. This is Meet Kevin. Again, he kind of came out of nowhere as a financial advisor, but he's good at what he does. Let's check out what he has to say about the crash and what it means Again, we can't do the whole video. If you want to check them out, though, meet Kevin. The title of the video is Japan Just Crashed the Global Stock Market. Let's go take a look at what Meet Kevin has to say. Again, please subscribe to these other channels. I bring them to you as a resource, but please dig. Knowledge is power, so don't just rely on what I show you. Trust but verify. Check them out for yourself. Here we go.
Why are markets absolutely collapsing? In the overnight trading app Robinhood, why are markets absolutely collapsing? What is this Japanese carry trade? We're going to talk about that and explain it in this video so you fully understand the Japanese carry trade everybody keeps talking about and why Japan could be leading markets to crash in America. Of course, it could also be that we are now under an imminent threat of an Iranian and Hezbollah-led attack against Israel, which threatens to be larger than anything Israel has ever seen before, with Israel now warning that Israelis could be without power for 3 days as they face a multi-pronged attack expected to begin within the next 24 hours, if not tonight, then tomorrow night. It's just crazy world that we're in. Or is it just that the US might be going into a recession? Or D, all of the above? Well, in this video, we're going to start by talking about the Japanese carry trade and trying to explain it. Now, let's be clear right at the start. The Japanese stock market ain't doing too well. Just in the last 12 hours, the Japanese market, well, let's just put it this way. Their topics index, circuit breaker hit, no more trading for a period of time. Bond market, circuit breaker hit, no more trading for a period of time. South Korea, in sympathy for what's going on in Japan, just decided, you know what? Nobody's allowed to sell after the Kospi's down 4.6%. Zoom in on Japan for a moment. Nikkei down over 6.5%, the Nikkei 225. Nintendo stocks down 11.3%, but who cares about Nintendo? What are the banks doing in Japan? Oh,
I fucking care about Nintendo. On that note, let's jump to Rumble really quick. Broken Pine 284 for $20. God damn it, man. Thank you so much. Hey, Red Pill, take some Canadian pesos. Thank you so much, sir. Again, you guys keep the lights on, so thank you so much, Broken Pine, for the donation. We did, of course, check your email, so you'll be getting one of the first fucking flags here directly from the chest of Red Pill Rhino. All right, let's jump back into this video, but thank you again so much, sir. It means a lot. All right, here we go.
Ooh, the second largest bank in the country down 15.5%. The largest bank in the country, like the equivalent of a JP Morgan, down 12.2%. Well, at least gold's up. Real gold, not digital gold, because Bitcoin's down 11%, Ethereum's down 21%. In the overnight trading app Robinhood, you could look at Tesla down 6%, Apple down 6.9%, Nvidia down 6.75%, and all futures are red, led by, no joke, small caps and NASDAQ 100. And you've got the S&P down 1.42%, and Dow futures also down 0.77%. So this is just a quick little rundown on what the heck is going on here. This is a lot of pain. Why? What is going on? Well, let's start with the carry trade. Let's explain this. So everybody knows that the entire world has been facing a lot of inflation, except for Japan. They've basically stagnated since the 90s, and they've faced issues of too much deflation. Maybe they're not having enough babies. Maybe they're not having enough innovation. Who knows? But they did not have the inflation problem of the rest of the world.
Button.
This meant that while Japan...
All right, interjecting again. God, you guys are awful generous tonight. Thank you again. Got to figure out where it's coming from. Okay, reloading. Over on Cash App, Mike, the Big Bad Wolf. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. Let's see if there's a comment to go along with it. Looking. Let's see. For I want to join the panel. I can do that. Absolutely. Thank you again for the donation. You guys are killing it tonight. I think tonight we've got enough to keep the lights on for another year. So I'll have to verify that. But StreamYard dues come due, I think, in the next month or so. And I think you guys just basically cleared the path for another year of Red Pill Rhino on StreamYard. So Thank you to those of you donating. It means a lot. You literally do keep the lights on, so thank you. To join the show, let me go ahead and put it in here. Again, anybody can join. They just have to comment in the private chat to come on panel and discuss something, or alert me by jumping on. If you've muted yourself, of course, that's the easiest way. Just jump in the chat and say, hey, shut up. I want to talk about it. Here is the link to join the show in the chat. Now, let me go ahead and copy and paste, send that over to Rumble and YouTube and MGTOW. Control C, boom, done. There it is. I'm going to post it over on over on Rumble right now. And finally on MGTOW.tv. I have been checking on MGTOW. We're slow on numbers over there, but I have not forgotten you. If you super chat over there, I will read those as well. I haven't seen anything yet, but if that changes, I will read the chats over there too. Again, the links to donate are in the description. Of course, you can head over to redpillrhino.com and they are there as well. All right, back to the show. If you want me to put that on screen, I will absolutely do it, though. If you want to join the show, that is how you do so. In the chat, you'll see it. Just follow the link, and as long as I recognize you, we will add you in. Of course, you have to be a regular follower to join in. We've had some interesting situations in the past to where I can't just let anyone on, because that's how you get a BBC. And we don't want that tonight. It's not British broadcasting, by the way. It's far worse. So,
BBC
all right.
Plus lots of air horn sound effects, screaming, and somebody being a loser.
Yes, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and jump back into Meet Kevin here.
Japan was actually lowering rates and had negative interest rates. Everyone else was raising interest rates. Now, this does something very interesting, because when interest rates go up in, let's say, the United States, it becomes more attractive to buy the 10-year Treasury bond. So, for example, if the 10-year Treasury is trading for 3.76%, just like it is now, and the Japanese 10-year is trading for 0.82%, which bond would you rather have? The 10-year debt paying you 3.7% guaranteed and backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S.? Or the Japanese 10-year paying you just 0.82%? It's a no-brainer. An absolute no-brainer. You're going to buy the U.S. bond. And if you have any other currency, you're going to sell that other currency. You're going to go buy U.S. dollars, and you're going to go invest in that U.S. bond. This creates a lot of selling pressure on currencies like the Japanese yen. So the Japanese yen goes down in value, which enables something unique called the carry trade. Okay, now you're going to have to roll with me on this one, because it's a little complicated, but I'm going to make it as simple as possible. Okay, here's an example of what a carry trade looks like. And let's just start extremely simple. Let's just say right now you want to take on a margin loan on stocks in America. It might cost you 6.5% in the US. But what if you could go to Japan, and in Japan, you could borrow at 1.5%? Oh, well, that's a lot more desirable. Why don't I go borrow in Japan and then go invest that money in either U.S. Treasury?
To the Big Bad Wolf, can't click link. You may have to write it down. I know in the chat sometimes it doesn't allow you to select unless you're on a computer. You can't highlight and control C it. If you're on a phone, it doesn't let you all the time. So I know it's painstaking, but you may have to actually write down the link and then join. What's the private chat saying over here? All right, I see the private chat. We are fine. Let's jump back into this. Okay, here we go.
Which are literally yielding more than what I'm paying on my debt. Or how about Mag 6 stocks or Mag 7 stocks, whatever you want, right? Mag 6, Mag 7, the biggest stocks in America. Buy some NVIDIA, buy the dip on some Tesla, rah, rah, whatever. This is essentially an arbitrage of interest rates. That's what this all comes down to. Now, how does this go wrong? Well, first of all, to understand how it goes wrong, let's understand how it goes right. Let's say I borrow oodles and boodles of money in Japan, And that oodles and boodles, just to make math simple, right now we're just going to call it $1,000. I go borrow $1,000, or I'll call it 1,000 yen, $1,000 worth of yen. That's what we'll call it, $1,000 worth of Japanese yen. And I'm going to take that money and I'm going to use it to go buy US assets. Well, if the Japanese yen keeps going down in value, it's actually going to be a lot cheaper for me to pay off that money. Like, let's say I take that $1,000 and I put it into US treasuries over here. Well, every single year, I'm getting my 3 or 5% yield on money markets or treasuries, maybe even a little bit more. So maybe let's say over here, I've all of a sudden after a year got $1,050, and the Japanese yen fell 20% in value. So I actually only have to pay back $800 worth of yen over here. This is great. I picked up $50 very cheaply in America. So I'm plus 50 over here. And I can now pay that yen back with 200 fewer dollars. So I pick up $200 over here. Let's go, baby. I just made $250, 25% cha-ching, investing on the fact that the Japanese yen is going down. And guess what the Japanese yen usually does? Like, what does the Japanese yen usually do? Well, because they're facing deflation and stagnation, it's usually either stable or it goes down. With the exception of very rare cases, the Japanese yen usually just loses lots of money. It's just kind of unfortunately the way it's worked. So for example, if you pull up the US to Japanese yen valuation over here, you can see there are very rare cases where the Japanese yen spikes. Once over here in 95, over here in 2011. You can see over here, the yen's actually been plummeting. So it's actually made the carry trade more desirable. I mean, you've dropped 27% in the value of the yen. So that example I just gave on the iPad over here, this has been printing money. It's been absolutely minting. Yeah, close this door. I hear the children again. Hold on a sec. Double. I got two sound doors over there.
There you
Let's
go.
close this stuff. Anyway,
I
so
know
you've
the
been
problem.
So I think we get the point at this point, but yeah. So if you have a basic understanding of that, that is what is going on. Plus, all of the pressures globally with conflicts rising. Here is another channel. We're about to switch topics again. We're about off the stocks. We've already talked about that enough. There is one more. This is coming from Liberal Hive Mind. Again, if you haven't subscribed over there, it may be an echo chamber, but it's a glorious echo chamber. Let's go ahead and present that video. This is going to be very hard for her to deny is the title of the video. Let's see what the fuck he's talking about. They are dedicated to the hypocrisy of the left. Let's see what he has to say here. That's Biden and Kamala in a dumpster fire. There we go.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the
Would you look at all that red? Those are all stocks that are tanking. There you go.
abundant hypocrisy of the left. Okay, so the stock market has crashed. Nearly $1 trillion worth of wealth wiped out in what's being dubbed one of the worst trading days for global stock markets in nearly 2 years. And so I guess it's really only appropriate to cue the frickin' memes, huh?
Right.
Oh my God, Kamala Harris is so Brad. All the pretentious, privileged millennials tweet from their iPhones as the world around them collapses. You know, it was really only a matter of time until this left-wing economic wound was exposed to the world. I mean, that's what the Democrats do. They take money out of your pocket, recircle it a couple times, create very little of actual value, little actual productivity, then of course call it big economic growth. Just like I've been telling you, it was never sustainable. And what they've done has had little to no positive impact on regular people trying to make ends meet. The socialist chicken is finally coming home to roost as people are now finally forced to realize that Bidenomics wasn't all that it was cut out to be. Let's have that conversation. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, so I guess people should have listened to the warnings. They should have listened to patriotic heroes like this guy.
This is a Trump country. We live in the Southeast. We drink sweet tea. We don't drink socialist Kool-Aid.
We drink sweet tea. We don't drink socialist Kool-Aid. Well, frankly, the nation for the last 3.5, almost 4 years has been force-fed that socialist Kool-Aid. And this is what you get. A stagnating, volatile economy that only seems to work for the very few at the detriment of everybody else. You know, there's a whole lot of money floating around in markets. There's a lot of money on the sidelines. I'll tell you that one. Look at all the biggest investors across the globe. I mean, people are holding on to cash. There's a lot of money that's been pumped out there. It's just not making its way into your pockets. The markets might go up every now and then because, yes, governments printed trillions of dollars and most of that money went directly into the hands of the wealthiest few in major corporations. So when some of that money is mobilized, Joe Biden can say, well, look at that. The stock market's up X%, but it really means nothing in terms of actual economic health. What we're seeing right now is a nightmare, and it's a nightmare of the Democrats doing. And not just the Democrats, but just secular, liberal, Keynesian economic philosophy in general.
I just wanted to say that statement from the Harris White House or from Harris was really intriguing about President Trump almost bringing us to a recession. We were in a recession under President Trump, but it was because of COVID. Here's the thing, though, the actions that were taken led us to the shortest recession in history. This is a different type of recession that we're in the cusp of right now. This is not because of a...
Hold up. So... we were in a recession that was created in a lab. I'm just going to go ahead and say it because fuck you, YouTube. We're still on Rumble and MGTOW.tv. And we actually, believe it or not, there. If you go to www.redpillrhino.com, I'm telling you, for a reason tonight to go there. We actually have a presence on Twitter that I need to probably address a little bit more. We're also on TikTok, believe it or not, while TikTok's still a thing. Yeah. So if we get banned on YouTube, there is plenty of other places to find our content. We may start streaming on Twitter, X, whatever, soon. Okay. That may be the next thing if we drop YouTube or MGTOW. MGTOW's numbers, nothing wrong with MGTOW, but their numbers are kind of lacking. And we need to get this information out here. So views matter. All right. But here's the thing. This instance that created the recession to tank the economy and fake an election, to change people's perspectives on things was created. It was created. We have enough evidence. We have enough proof. We have enough information at this point where we can say the pandemic of 2020 was manufactured in a lab, YouTube, in a lab, and released upon people to sell them not the disease, but the cure, which is killing people now. I said it. Ban me. Please go ahead after that antitrust lawsuit. Please ban me for stating facts at this point. Please demonetize me at this point. We'll see about that. All right. Anyway.
Don't invite Google for a good time there, Rhino.
Oh, I'll invite them to a good time because they fucked up and they are finding out right now. I'm sure this will be demonetized, and that is why we are growing on Rumble and shrinking on YouTube. I can see the numbers right now. They shrink on YouTube every week, but they grow on Rumble. You guys are following us over there. I love it. Thank you for doing so. But here, we'll jump back into this. I don't want to ramble on too much, but fuck them so much for creating a fucking fake bullshit narrative that was, let's be honest, thank God they sucked at their job because they could have created a super plague and all they did is give us a cold. The most dangerous thing was that shit they shoved in your arm if you were so stupid to take it or forced to take it. But it was a common cold with maybe like a 4 to 5 day. Yes, people died. Most of them had pre-existing conditions, comorbidities, which increased the risk factors. But for the most part, it was a fucking cold. Let's be honest. Anyway, let's move on.
A once in a century element that no one saw coming and had the lockdown
Except
in the
Fauci.
entire global economy. This is because of policies that triggered 40-year high inflation that have now taken a massive toll on the economy. Now, here's what's happening. This jobs report, this was a referendum, really. the market reaction on Jay Powell. I would say 60% of what we're looking at right now is on Jay Powell. Comes at his
head of the Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve, their job was to quell inflation, and their job is to sort of unwind what they've done. They're really taking a deliberate steps to kind of back off on that. I think another 20% would be growth. Growth is slowing a lot faster than anyone thought or expected. Some did, I did, but the experts, did not.
Charles Payne from Fox News always does a good job at sort of distilling it quite clearly. But there it is. That's exactly what it is. Endless money printing with no accountability. Print, and then pretend that it's economic growth when it really isn't. It's just money being put in people's hands to speculate. That's why all the growth is happening in the tech sector. It's all money being invested in the same few tech companies that people think are essentially going to rule the future economy, or at least facets of it. And that's why we're seeing a lot of these companies on the open markets with totally out of whack price to earnings ratios. That's why we saw the prices of luxury goods, luxury homes, art, freaking NFTs, and crypto skyrocket like it did. Because all the money that was being pumped out there was going into the hands of the wealthiest few, and meanwhile little crumbs were being handed out in terms of stimulus checks. But again, where's that money being spent? All the people picking up stimulus checks are taking that money and buying computers. Nvidia's making a killing, or purchasing random nonsense on the internet. That's why ad rates were through the roof, especially through the roughly around 2022 period. That's why Amazon stock was performing so admirably. But eventually all of that money left people's pockets and went into the hands of the very few. We're seeing the greatest wealth transfer possibly in world history. And now the facts are simply that the people are running dry. There's nothing left in the pockets. We've given you everything. And so the bubble is bursting. Eventually it's gonna freaking burst. Because speculation can only drive stock prices so high or for so long. Eventually, you need actual economic growth. You need actual wage growth. You need increases in productivity. You need new companies spawning and innovating, capturing a piece of global markets. Without that, you don't grow. You simply subsidize. You fake growth. And that's exactly what Joe Biden has done. And it's very clear when you look at the jobs numbers in a lot of the recent months, a lot of the jobs created aren't actual new, high-skilled, high-paying jobs, or even good-paying, low-skilled jobs. Most of the jobs created are part-time jobs, people getting...
Yeah, a lot of those jobs are people now returning to work. But I don't know if you knew this, and you can look this up, trust but verify. Some of the jobs created are unemployment checks. I shit you fucking not. So keep that in mind while you are trusting the fucking numbers about job growth.
Second jobs, or even worse, government jobs. In other words, they're taking your taxpayer dollars and making useless government bureaucrat jobs and then claiming that they're growing the economy. You have...
All right, Mando, go ahead and jump in. Please utilize the private chat panel. Let me know when you have a point to add. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. A lot of those jobs being added, if you actually look at the demographics, are from individuals that aren't really supposed to be here.
That too.
And
Cliff,
I'm trying to as YouTube friendly as possible.
Well, I'm done YouTube friendly. We're on Rumble and MGTOW.tv as well. Cliff, did you have a point to add to that?
No, I was just agreeing with Mando. That's all.
I heard the thinking meat working, so I just wanted to check.
No, I was just agreeing with Mando. That's all.
All right. Anybody else?
Don't forget. I was just gonna say, don't forget that these fake job numbers are people who are returning back to actual, brick and mortar offices, and it's all inflated bullshit when it boils down to it.
Yeah. Absolutely agreed, man. All right. We are on the downhill slope, by the way, which is good news. Everything else is shorter videos. Thank you for churning through this marathon episode with me. But there's a lot to get through, and I want to make sure we're all caught up because, like I said, the Black Swan is upon us. It's only a matter of which straw breaks this camel's back because, as you can tell so far, there is a shit ton going on right now. Let's jump back into this video. We're about 3/4 of the way through it, and then we're on the downhill slope. Like I said, everything else is going to be easy peasy from here. We're also shifting gears into some AI stuff. By the way, I verified the AI stuff. It is not digitally created. What you're about to see is real, and I want you to keep in mind when you watch this next set of videos that's coming up, it is the worst AI will ever B. Again, I've verified it. I've checked my sources. It is real. The videos you're about to see is the worst AI will ever be, and it should actually terrify you at this point. But let's jump into this for now and continue talking about the decline.
Have been scammed, and the house of cards is finally falling. It's mind-boggling, but I'm seeing leftists on X trying to blame Trump for this. Somehow it's, again, retroactively Trump's fault, even though he hasn't been in office for almost 4 years. You know, they're going to try to blame Trump. They're going to try to blame literally anybody, but who's actually responsible at the end of the day, this is who's responsible.
The yeas are 50, the nays are 50, the Senate being equally divided. The Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the concurrent resolution as amended is adopted.
Kamala Harris. She's the one who casted her tie-breaking Senate vote as Vice President of the United States to pass all of these ridiculous spending measures. She's the one who did it. She's the one who greenlit all the legislation, or at least a good chunk of the spending that wouldn't have passed the Senate otherwise. She's the reason that spending levels remained as high as they did, basically 3 years after the pandemic had essentially already run its course. They kept spending and kept spending and kept spending and kept calling it growth, but all they did was make one big frickin' bubble.
And gentlemen, I just want you to know, gentlemen and the few ladies that watch the show, I have spent the last week accumulating this information, these videos, these sources. I spent the last 48 hours honing in on what to show you. I've put a lot of effort in this video. I know it's probably not what you're used to. We usually have a panel and a lively discussion. I'm doing my best to get you everything I can, because I think right now going forward, I want this to be one of my most important videos that you'll see. I don't know if it will be, but I'm trying to give you every angle of everything I can. I know it's a long ride. I know we're 3 hours in minus the 15-minute intro, but please understand, I have done my homework to get you guys the best information I can with the data I have. So that's why the panel has been brief tonight. I do appreciate them being here and the input, but just understand I've put my A game into making sure. I had 2 days off, and I spent the entire time minus, some basic stuff on the side, chores and things I need to do here to get you guys a list of information to show on the show tonight. So thank you for staying tuned and tuning in. I do believe this is a very important topic, so I wanted to give you guys the best of the best that I could give you. Here we go. Let's get back to this.
And that bubble, my friends, has a very clear brand. It's not bubblicious. It's freaking Bidenomics. And it's very likely that that bubble's about to pop. The dam's about to burst. The pressure has mounted. The people clearly cannot sustain in this economy. The country has grown relatively. I'm not going to say that there hasn't been any growth, but it's frankly been in spite of the current government and not because of the current government. And it seems as though even the biggest hacks in the finance media world are now admitting that.
If you're in the stock market, if you care about your paycheck, you go with Trump. If that's what you do.
You do?
Yeah, well, he wants to cut your taxes.
Oh, he wants to cut taxes.
Your taxes.
My taxes got raised enormously,
Well,
as
no,
you
he
know,
wants
under
to
the
cut-
last Trump
No,
administration.
I don't know if he wants to cut your president.
No. I'm in a blue state.
Oh, yeah, no, forget
wanna
you're
kill-
out.
they wanna
You're
kill
out.
us.
I tried to I tried to go to.
They want to put us out of
Especially
business.
Pennsylvania.
That's
It's not
what
as
they
easy
want
as
to
I
do to
thought.
us.
I can become an
And they already
Italian
did
citizen more easily in
by
Pennsylvania.
getting rid of the salt tax deduction.
It's obvious that this administration, the Biden-Kamala Harris administration, has been a failure on the economy. Despite their relentless messaging that they've been such tremendous successes on this issue, the socialist chicken is coming to roost. Don't drink the frickin' socialist Kool-Aid. The nation, and frankly the entire Western world, needs to go through a collective moment of wake up and realignment, especially on the issue of economics and taxation. Please, can we not drink the socialist Kool-Aid? Let's do ourselves a favor and not repeat the errors of the past, shall we? Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed this video.
There you go. So we do have a full panel here, and I'll let you guys jump in at the very end and kind of free for all it. We can't be on too long, but I want to make sure all voices are heard as well. Charles Darwin in the chat here says, question, we can ask when it started, but what happens when shit gets real? I can't answer that question for you, but I will say be prepared. Just be prepared. By the way, if you are trying to join the panel, please make sure to be respectful of the audience. Keep your mics muted unless you have a point. Background noise is easy to pick up here. Unfortunately, we just have to keep it respectful for the audience. So please keep yourself muted unless you are jumping in to make a comment. Also, if you're joining the panel, please use a real-ish name, at least a username that we all know, and a avatar at the bare minimum. If you can be on camera, even better, but please use an avatar that we know. Otherwise, it can't add you. Even if you're trying to be funny or cute, I just can't do it tonight. All right? I see you there, but I can't do it. So moving on, we're about to shift gears. This is the last one I'm going to talk about regarding the economy. Then we're going to get into war and rumors of wars. This is all very interesting how it's all adding up at the same time. Let's get this comment off the screen here and move over to current news. Again, Lockheed Martin, just to review, because you saw a screenshot, sure, but let's look at this. We're going to go ahead and refresh the screen here so it plays from the beginning.
Lockheed Martin stock just soared by 23%, while global markets are tanking. US equities are down, Asian stocks face Black Monday 2.0, and the VIX is up 180% in 2 weeks. Is there something big on the horizon? Like and follow for more updates. Lockheed Martin.
So there you go. Now to shift gears, what was I saying about AI? I will tell you that there have been movies made over the years. One of the prime examples is Terminator and what AI could potentially become. Everybody knows about Skynet. As a matter of fact, it's in the chat. Broken Pine 284 says Skynet. Ironically or unironically, that is exactly what it's starting to look like. Let's go ahead and show you what I'm talking about. OpenAI has created and perfected, I would say. They had a figure one droid that came out. And by droid, I don't mean your phone. I mean an autonomous robot with AI intelligence. They have just come out with Meet Figure 2 in this video and article here. We're going to go into the article first, and then we're going to see the video of what this thing can do. Let's show you guys what I'm talking about. This is from Tom's Guide, tomsguide.com. Meet Figure 2. The AI-powered robot coming for jobs humans don't want. Or maybe they do want. Maybe they do want, Tom. Maybe they do. Here we are. Let me full screen this the best I can. I'm going to take down the comment for now. I guess that is full screen for articles. So I'll just do this. Let's do this. You guys can still see. Let's read along. There is your Figure 2. Not ominous or anything at all. It's not like it, could do anything. But anyway, moving on. A robot in every home is a common trope in science fiction. I didn't know that iRobot was coming true in 2024. I thought it was set in 2028, if I'm not mistaken, but correct me if I'm wrong. But here we are. But this could soon be reality with the rapid development of humanoid robots from companies like Figure and Tesla. The latest of these is Figure 2, an AI-powered bot capable of performing everyday tasks. Built by OpenAI-backed startup Figure, the new version of the humanoid robot was rebuilt from the ground up, including incorporating the latest AI computer vision technology that allow it to act independently and learn by watching humans. The new model includes GPT-4 voice-style native speech-to-speech, which means you can speak to the robot like a human and even interrupt when it's replying. Figure says Figure 2 is the next step in the goal of having robots that can take on dangerous jobs humans can't or don't want to do and generally improve the quality of life for humans in the process. What's new in Figure 2? Anyway, it goes on. The latest vision of this humanoid robot comes with 6 onboard RGB cameras linked to a custom AI vision system that can help identify objects and situations. Its hands are a new 4th generation model with 16 degrees of freedom and the equivalent levels of strength to human hands while still being gentle enough to complete delicate tasks. One of the biggest updates is an onboard vision language model that enables fast common sense visual reasoning from robot cameras. And if that doesn't terrify you enough just reading it, let's watch this fucking thing in action. Again, this is not generated with CGI. You are looking at the actual droid being shown in a warehouse doing what it does. Here we go. You see it for yourself.
I'm gonna leave.
Yeah,
now.
that's fine. Tune out. Go ahead. But let's go ahead and see this thing in action. I want to remind you one last time as we watch this. This is the worst AI technology will ever be. The worst. Just remember that as you're watching this. Yeah. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the worst AI will ever be. I want you to just drill that into your head. If you want to go watch it again, just look at OpenAI. Number 2 is the model for that one. Yeah, no, Broken Pine says it right there. Skynet T1000. That's it, man. That is a BMW assembly factory in South Carolina where that's being displayed. This is not CGI. This is the real deal. So, panel, we're about a transition point in 26 seconds ago. If you want to jump in before we go to a break again, feel free to do so. Jump on in there.
I mentioned this in the private chat, and I also mentioned it under my alternate screen name on the YouTube chat.
Mm-hmm.
You are literally looking at the opening episodes of the Battlestar Galactica spinoff series Caprica.
Yeah.
There you go.
All you're missing is the red scanner eye and the thing carrying a submachine gun.
Right. Which wouldn't be hard to do considering it learns.
And the thing about the T800 and T1000, yeah, that literally is not far away. You know I'm relatively supportive of AI chatbots.
Mm-hmm.
Its development scares the ever-living fornication out of me.
Oh, yeah. All right. Anybody else in the chat want to add to that? Because this is some spicy shit we're talking about tonight.
Well, in the video that you posted the other day, or that we talked about, what was it said that the weight limit for its carrying capacity was for figure 2?
Well, I can't remember because that was figure 1 that we were looking at the other night. Now we're looking at figure 2, which can carry the equivalent of what a human can carry. So it's changed. They didn't give
Wasn't it
specifics.
something
on this
like
one.
26 kilograms?
Yeah.
That was the old one, yeah.
And then figure 2, I think it was like 55.5 kilograms, give or take.
Okay.
I think that's what it was. So do your basic calculations. It turns into 122 pounds. Pretty significant for what it is. Let me go ahead, throw in a couple other numbers in there. Your basic carbine weighs about 7.267 pounds with 30 rounds. Your 249 weighs about 25.9 pounds, the full 200 round magazine, and your 240 Bravo weighs about 36 pounds with a 100 round drum on it. Just saying.
God
and
damn.
Jeff Bezos is the major investor in it too.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
that's a bit scary.
Cliff, let me tag team you on that one.
Mm-hmm.
When they go to the next level up, you know they're going to increase the carrying capacity. You know they're going to increase the reaction speed. Do you really think they're going to limit them to being able to carry what the average human soldier can carry? Those mother fornicators are going to have 19s and 50 cals.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Well, like in Terminator, when he was talking about the T1000 or whatever it was, it cannot reason, it cannot feel.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, can I jump in for a second? With those robots, okay, what we are looking at is something that we do not have the capacity to deal with, like at all. When you're talking about Boston Dynamics, when you're talking about these robots that can go and pick up way more than we can possibly, ever carry, the AI behind those things is going to be absolutely fucking amazing. All right. They're already working out, okay, if it's like chess, if my target does this, I can do this, that in a 10th of a second. And by the time you realize, oh shit, I've got to shoot that robot has worked you pretty much into a corner and you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
So these things, when they will turn out, we're fucked. There's no two ways about it, like at all. So, yeah, I don't know how you're going to work with that. It's not going to be like Terminator. It's like, oh, these robots, they move around, they're clunky, la 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 la. No, this thing will know you're there. It can see you in the dark. It can hear you, underground, and it will find a way to absolutely fucking wreck your day. End of story. So, yeah.
There you go. All right, gentlemen, we are at break number 2, and on the downhill slope of the show, the rest of the show is War and Rumors of War, part of the Black Swan. What will it be, or all of the above, that creates it? We will get into that shortly after this break. Stand by, and thank you again to the panel for the input. Appreciate you guys coming on and putting in your 2 cents. It's always welcome. We're going to go to another merch ad. This time we're going to go to a special one to many of your hearts. It's going to be the BLM merch store, and then we're going to do another regular motivational song brought to you by Billy Von Bomb, including me as Shia LaBeouf. Who would have thunk? Anyway, let's check out Bronto Lives Matter. And we'll be back here shortly for the third segment of our show.
Just do it. Make your dreams come true. Do it. Nothing is impossible. Do it. Make your dreams come true. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday you said tomorrow. Yesterday you said tomorrow. Yesterday you said no. You're gonna wake up and work hard at. You're gonna wake up and stop giving up. You're gonna wake up and work hard at. You're gonna wake up and make your dreams come true. Don't let your dreams be dreams. What are you waiting for? Yesterday you said tomorrow. Yesterday you said tomorrow. Yesterday you said no. You're gonna wake up and work hard at. You're gonna wake up and stop giving up. You're gonna wake up and work hard at. You're gonna wake up and wake up. Just do it. Make your dreams come true. Do it. Nothing is impossible. Do it. Make your dreams come true. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Just do it. Do it. Nothing is impossible.
All right, it's grind time. We're on the third half of the show, the final segment, the final countdown. Let's get into this. If you are on the segment, please make sure to keep yourselves muted. I don't want to have to do it for you because then you can't unmute yourself. If you're on the show with any background noise, please mute yourself now. Let's get into the next segment, though. CBS News. Again, I'm trying to be fair and balanced, whatever. Sue me if you don't like it, but CBS News here. Looks like I'm going to have to cancel this, redo this, click this button, click that button, do some things, and present screen. Here we go. Fears rising of an Iranian attack on Israel. Shocker. Increasing military presence in the region. Let's check that out.
President Biden will meet with President Biden will meet with his national security team in the Situation Room later on today as fears rise over an Iranian attack on Israel. The country has vowed a, quote, severe response to the killing of a Hamas political leader, rather, in Tehran last week. His death came hours after an Israeli strike killed a top Hezbollah commander in Lebanon. The Pentagon says that it is moving additional military assets to the region. Our Deborah Pata is in East Jerusalem. Deborah, good morning.
As Israel faces the possibility of a multi-pronged attack from Iran and its proxies, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is also facing a fight at home. Striking a blow against peace, police clashed with protesters over the weekend in Tel Aviv, where not even the threat of an Iranian attack could keep them off the streets. They accuse their prime minister of choosing escalation over a hostage deal. But Netanyahu has gone completely rogue, says former Israeli diplomat to the U.S., Alon Pincus, adding he is intent on igniting a regional war and defying President Biden. Pincus also questioned why Israel had been bombing Gaza for 10 months with its devastating civilian toll when they were capable of targeted strikes assassinating Hamas leaders. Assassinations are morally okay, he told us, but dropping bombs on Gaza is not. Still, those bombs continue to fall. Israeli forces hit a hospital and a school this weekend. Neighborhoods already reduced to rubble, pulverized once again. The U.S. is calling for de-escalation, saying a ceasefire in Gaza is still the best solution. And despite President Biden and Netanyahu's strained relationship, American support for Israel in the event of an Iranian attack remains unwavering. And
There you go. So there is number one. We're going to hit this pavement hard. We're going to get into number two here. This is from Fox News. Again, the other angle. Iran doesn't care if attacks on Israel lead to war. This is the video on that. Let's go ahead and pop that up. Full screen it here and take a look.
To another Fox News alert, Israeli officials are bracing for potential
I hate that it does
Iran in retaliation for recent assassinations of the top Hezbollah and Hamas leaders. The attack could reportedly come as early as today.
Trey Yanks joins us from Haifa, Israel. Trey, good morning.
Yeah, Carly, Joey, good morning. Israel is bracing as the country worries that an attack from Iran and its proxies could be just around the corner. The Wall Street Journal does report that Iran told U.S. and Arab diplomats that it didn't care if its counterstrike started a war. Jordan's foreign minister was in Iran yesterday for a meeting, and President Biden is scheduled to speak with Jordanian King Abdullah II. But there has been very little public Iranian interaction with those trying to avert a crisis. With this in mind, Israel is taking steps to prepare for prolonged conflict. As reports indicate, the initial Iranian response could come in waves and include extensive missile and drone attacks. A document sent to mayors of northern cities told officials to prepare for water outages, power cuts, and evacuations. And in Jerusalem, an underground command bunker for government officials was opened by the Shin Bet security agency. Preparations for war in the north, and with Iran coming with fighting inside the Gaza Strip, you have Israeli negotiators in the region traveling to Cairo, Egypt this weekend for talks about a possible ceasefire. They reportedly made no progress. Israel has ramped up strikes against Gaza in recent days, going after Hamas, but killing dozens of civilians in the process. The real question now is what comes next for the region. There are ongoing negotiations behind the scenes and conversations taking place, but the current stance of Israeli officials is the question of an Iranian attack is not if, but rather when.
Wow. Yeah,
Joey,
and we
Carly?
know what happened in April when Iran launched 350 drones and missiles into Israel. What is this potential attack expected to look like? As you say, it could come in waves.
So I've been speaking with Israeli defense officials, and they say they are worried this time around because they think they'll get less warning time before the attack is actually launched. Remember, in April, there were drones launched ahead of time, and this gave the Israelis an indication that the attack was underway. The Iranians followed up with cruise and ballistic missiles. This time, if they lead with ballistic missiles or with an attack and barrage from Hezbollah along the border in northern Israel, it could catch the Israelis off guard and overwhelm their air defense systems. So initial reports do indicate that strategic military targets like the port behind me in Haifa could be on the target list for the Iranians. And the real concern here is that this counterattack by Iran could unravel and lead the region into a much broader war.
Wow.
Carly?
And President
Joey?
Biden is expected.
There you go. Nobody likes to talk about this. I even see the numbers dip when we talk about, sorry, fucking fruit fly. Numbers dip when we talk about war. And I understand that. Nobody likes the idea of mass casualties and destruction. Nobody wants to go down that road. So I understand numbers are dipping. If you don't want to stick around for the third portion of this, I get it. You're not going to hurt my feelings. But it is what's going on. It is part of the narrative of this black swan. It's not just the economy. It's not just the other articles we've covered. It is all of this coming together at the same time. That is why this is different. That is why you should be paying attention. And even if you don't want to hear certain topics, it is why you should be prepared. We're not just about doom and gloom here. I don't just want you to take away that everything sucks and we're all going to die. Well, that's a given. We are all going to die. But how to make the best of your life while you can is up to you. Be prepared for what's coming. Keep yourself as far away from all of these issues as you can. Have a layer of insulation, whether it's being debt-free, whether it's having property out somewhere far away from the cities, whether it's, whatever you got to do. Make the best of your situation as you can, but be prepared. Things are going to happen in the next 6 months that are going to change the course of history. Unfortunately, we're living through historic times, whether we wanted to be a part of it or not. There will be books written about this time in history. There is a shit ton going on at the same time right now. Your job is to be aware and be prepared. Let's jump into our next article really quick. Next video, I should say. This one is coming from, who is this one coming from? This one's coming from CNN. Again, just to go back and forth and see both sides. This one is Ukraine launches massive drone strike inside Russia. Let's take a look at that one, shall we? And see what is going on
Well,
in that
Ukraine's
region of the world.
assaults across its border is showing no let up. It launched a, quote, massive drone attack on Russia's western Donetsk region early on Friday. According to that region's governor, he says multiple people were wounded in that attack, which damaged energy infrastructure. This region even deeper into Russia than Kursk, where Russian officials say the fighting appears to be ongoing. Also early today, Friday, a Russian strike on a supermarket in Ukraine's Donetsk region killed at least 11 people, according to authorities who say a rescue operation there is underway. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh joins me now. You and I spoke midweek. It's Friday now. Is it any clearer? And let's start with the Ukrainian incursion into Russian territory. Is it any clearer what the goal is at this point?
No, but certainly one goal that they presumably wanted to have that they're achieving is a very positive headline for Ukraine's military and, frankly, chaos amongst Russian ranks here, because they have now, day 4, failed to stop this incursion. It appears to be significantly deeper than it was, or it's very hard to tally precisely where we're seeing Ukrainian troops here, but they're certainly not back across the border. They appear to still be in Sojar. They may have gone further around that. There's a Russian column of troops and ammunition that appears to have been destroyed even further to the north of Shuzda. So a lot of motion around here. The Lipetsk drone strike you talked about, important to separate that from the incursion, because we've been seeing Ukrainian drone activity deep inside Russia, hitting military infrastructure, energy infrastructure over the last year or so. And so this is obviously at the same time as the incursion, but a tactic they've been using consistently over the past months with some significant drone technology at their disposal. But this larger incursion, still ongoing, still causing the Russians to panic and send reinforcements there, and showing, frankly, that it's possible for Kiev to take Moscow completely by surprise and catch them off guard.
Meantime, we've just seen a deadly attack in Ukraine. Supermarket hit with at least 11 killed. To your mind, will this be a response to Ukraine's incursion into Russia? What does today's attack mean for the sort of wider story here?
I mean, the death toll has been rising very fast during the morning, and, you know, I've been in many of these sort of supermarkets. They're crammed with civilians, soldiers, rare sources of food in war-torn areas, Konstantinivka close to the front line as well. And so we have seen brutal attacks on dual, I could say. I don't know exactly who was in the supermarket, but you're often there with soldiers around buying their food at the same time. A civilian target like this, though, often hit by Russia at times, a frustration.
You know what, Charles Darwin, you are still on panel. I would like to actually have you jump in really quick. You make an interesting point here. Ignore all that. Why is everything going badly around the world right now? Charles Darwin, you want to jump in and discuss that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I'm looking at what's happening right now around the world, right? And you have Ukraine, Russia, blah, blah, blah. No one really cares. Oh, NATO's in there. Oh, America's got to go and give weapons to, you know, their NATO allies, la, la, la. That sort of sucks in a bit more. Then you have Israel, Palestine, and Iran about to kick off as well. Whoop, there's a thing over there, and there's China over there with Taiwan, and la, 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 la. These are all like really big, massive, worldwide problems that you have to sort of think about and go, okay, these are big things. Oh no, it's going to be World War III. But then you start looking around and go, okay, what's happening in cities in the world where you have England, where they've got people who are literally writing about what's happening there and what their police are doing. Same thing in Europe. Similar things in the US, Canada, Australia, and it all sort of ties down to a point where you go, okay, you don't have this much chaos in the world unless someone somewhere is going, this is what we want, and we will start at a very base level. We will start upsetting people in a community. Then we will take over a city and upset them. Then we'll take over a country. Then we'll take a country and another country, and we'll da 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 da, and it goes all the way through. And I don't think World War III is going to be what we thought it would be. I don't think that nukes are going to go flying through the air like in Terminator 2 and, oh no, Skynet's going to get us. I think we're probably going to go and fuck ourselves over big time, and it's going to be really, really bad because the average person that lives down the street from you is going to go and have an issue with you for whatever reason. It's going to be scary, and I don't know how it's going to pan out. I really wish that this would not happen, but I think that someone somewhere is going, this is what we want. We want this to happen. Okay, you cannot have this much anarchy in the world across the entire globe without someone there going, yep, I am pulling the fucking strings on all these things.
Right.
So,
yeah, I would agree with that. And we're about to get to that next portion. There is actually, we're shifting away from war talk. This is the last one we'll bring up here, but I would agree with what you're saying. There's definitely puppet masters pulling some strings right now. Just so we can grind through this, because we're actually wrapping up. I actually covered almost everything I wanted to, so we're doing pretty good here. Let's bring up, this is again another angle. I do want you guys to see other angles other than the echo chamber. This is CBS News, but this is something to pay attention to now, because the narrative is being painted that U.S. troops are now being injured in this conflict, and that is what would sound the alarm in my mind when they start saying U.S. troops are being involved. There's not much more before they say, let's pull the trigger and go. Here we go.
We're also following breaking news from the Middle East tonight, where U.S. personnel have been injured after a suspected rocket attack hit al-Assad Air Base in Iraq. CBS News intelligence and national security reporter Olivia Gazis joins me now with more on this. Olivia, what do we know?
Sure, Jeff. Well, the country and the world have been on high alert for an impending retaliatory strike from Iran and its proxies. And one of the scenarios that U.S. officials had been planning for was potential strikes on its interests in the region. U.S. troops positioned in Iraq and Syria. And tonight we are learning that that may, in fact, have happened. A Pentagon spokesperson telling us that there was a suspected rocket attack on U.S. and coalition forces at al-Assad Air Base in Iraq, that the initial indications are that at least several U.S. personnel have been injured in that attack, and that
By the way, it is very hard after a week trying to get all this together. I do want to emphasize this happened 3 days ago, so there has been 72 hours from this incident. There was an emergency meeting, from my understanding, with the White House Ready Room that happened this week as well. Things are definitely gearing up, but just keep in mind you are 3 days behind the 8 ball on this information here.
These personnel are still conducting a post-attack assessment. We do not know where these rockets came from. We do not know the severity of the injuries, nor how numerous they are. But it is a troubling indication that the U.S. has not managed to stay out of direct engagement in this conflict, not just coming to Israel's defense, as we know U.S. officials have said that they will do, but to have to engage in counterstrikes now that its own interests may have been attacked. We know that was the case when 3 U.S. service members lost their lives when an Iran-backed militia launched a drone attack on a U.S. base in Jordan. That was in January of this year. The U.S. did take retaliatory strikes in Iraq and Syria in response, and it comes amid a furious diplomatic effort led by the White House and Secretary of State Antony Blinken over the last few days to forestall an escalation in tensions. The secretary just recently spoke to the Iraqi prime minister about this possibility. He worked the phones again today with Egyptian and Qatari counterparts, with Western diplomats, with what he said today was a simple message. All parties need to refrain from escalation and take steps to ease tensions. It's not at all clear where we go from here, Jeff.
Right. And that should be concerning. Now, let's jump over And then I'm going to open up the panel. We've just got a few more things. I do want to discuss some interesting things going on in other countries outside the U.S. Some of you may not know. Some of you may be keeping up with current events. But it's getting spicy. Certain coups are going on in other countries, illegitimate elections, and the mainstream propaganda machine will tell you there is a certain section of the country right now, certain section of the world right now that is just full of right-wing extremists that are just racist, when that's not the case at all. It was triggered. We'll get to that. It was triggered by the murder of 3 innocent children by a particular individual, but it has been a powder keg in this region. The region is Europe, by the way. They have imported the third world, and the third world is doing third world shit. And the people that lived, grew up in, and inhabit Europe are about sick and fucking tired of it. The fact that this individual was not specifically from the third world problem is irrelevant. It was just part of the powder keg, one of the final straws that set off what is looking to be, and Elon Musk himself speculates to be, an incoming, inevitable civil war in most of that region. But let's start off with Venezuela. There have been some interesting things going on over there as well. We're going to get into that now. Check out this video coming from Al Jazeera News. Let's check this out. All right, here we go.
Carrying Venezuelan flags and wearing white t-shirts, thousands of people took to the streets with one message: we're here to defend our vote. In spite of being threatened with prison, opposition leader Maria Corina Machado joined the protest.
The world knows they intend to forcefully withhold the result. 6 days later, they have not handed over a single record. The period has expired, and the pseudo-legal maneuver can cover up the truth. The truth is in our tallies, and the fact is in our hearts.
The Electoral Council has declared President Nicolás Maduro the winner, though it has failed to publish the fully voting results. The government says its system was hacked. Opposition supporters, who also acted as witnesses on election day, displayed some of the tally sheets in their possession as proof of what they say was a...
Reading Charles Darwin's chat, it was somebody from Rwanda, but they want to downplay it that he was a Christian from Rwanda, not a Muslim that is invading and destroying parts of Ireland and the UK right now. They also, again, progressives love to twist the news. There's been several incidents of violence and clashes with Muslims, including progressive news, where they just take over and threaten a woman on Sky News during a live broadcast. Sky News is where this comes from, if you want to check that out, by the way. Not this, but this incident where Muslims are terrorizing this reporter on the street that is reporting how, it's just racist and blah, 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 and don't believe the narrative, whatever. There's a real problem going on over there, but they want to downplay it and blame it on a Christian Rwandan. I don't care who is responsible. You've imported the third world into these countries, and you're starting to see it. America, wake up. What you're about to see in the UK and Ireland is going to happen here. It is going to happen here. You can't import millions of illegals. By the way, many of those released violent offenders, released rapists, murderers, sociopaths, psychopaths, released from Venezuelan prisons and just happen across our borders unchecked. We will see it here. It's not an if, it's a when. We will see that violence escalate in the United States as well. You're just getting a taste of it overseas. This incident reminds me of rigged elections that are happening in certain sectors of the world that we're familiar with, but it's happening there too. They're aware of it. The global cabal, the elitists, the sycophants that you call progressives, Democrats, liberals, whatever you want to call them, are trying to control the narrative everywhere, and they are grasping at straws to the last ounce of power they can muster. And that, to me, sounds a lot like death throes. They are aware that the people are awake, globally. They are aware that their time is about up, and they refuse to give it up. And they are hell-bent on destroying this world if necessary to stop the people from rising up and stopping them. That is where the Black Swan comes in. They will create the Black Swan to try to stop you, the people, from doing what you know damned well is your obligation to do. Let's finish up this video, though, before we get too carried away.
Massive fraud. Over 1,000 people have been arrested in the past week. 90 of them teenagers, human rights groups say. Andrés Cañizales is a Venezuelan professor. He says Sunday's election was the beginning of a new era in Venezuela.
Podía haber un cierto régimen.
In the past, you had an authoritarian government that held semi-competitive elections. Now the government does not accept results and decides to rule all the same.
President Nicolás Maduro says the opposition is trying to get him out of office and blames the United States. On Saturday, thousands of his supporters also took to the streets to defend the administration.
I denounce that the government of the United States, together with Elon Musk and the international fascist of Milei, are at the forefront of a destabilization process and a coup d'etat at this moment against the Venezuelan people and against Venezuelan democracy.
This is not the first time Maduro has faced a controversial election or protests on the streets. But it is the first time the opposition says it can prove they defeated him. That's why they say they will remain on the streets, convinced truth is on their side. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel. So there is that. I did see your conversation over in the chat. We'll keep it there for now because I don't think it's relevant to what's going on here. However, let's go ahead and jump in. We are wrapping up, by the way. Fear not, this stream is almost at a close, but I do want to get through the rest of this. This is going back to Venezuela. We're going to check in here really quick. This is coming from ABC. Again, take it with a grain of salt because you can't trust what you see in mainstream media. But again, they're painting a narrative for a reason. So keep your eyes open and keep your head on a swivel for sure. All right, here we go.
Venezuela is bracing for more protests today after Sunday's presidential elections. President Nicolás Maduro now accusing the U.S. of what he calls a coup attempt following the country's contested election. The U.S. rejects the claim, but officials say it is clear that Maduro lost. So joining me now for more on this, economist and professor at Brown University, Danny Bahar. Danny, so break this down for us here. Many Venezuelans hope that this election would have led the country to break away from that authoritarian rule that began with former President Hugo Chavez. What do these protests signal, and how are they different from the protests that we have seen in the past?
I think these protests are first and foremost expressing a deep frustration of the people of Venezuela who, for 25 years, they've been suffering from an authoritarian government that, beyond being authoritarian, it destroyed the economy of the country, destroyed institutions, and created the largest refugee crisis in the history of the hemisphere or even the world. And for the first time, they actually unified to go to the polls and elect democratically an alternative. Given the fact that these elections were not free nor fair, that the candidates that were supposed to run were banned by the government, but over all those obstacles, they went, and as of now, it's been almost a week since the election, and the government entity or the electoral power hasn't released the full set of results, meaning that the tallies of every single poll in the country. So people are frustrated, and people want finally to have a peaceful transition to another government that will bring democracy back. The regime, the autocratic regime of Maduro, has made up some numbers that have no basis whatsoever in terms of, they are not realistic in terms of what happened on Sunday. And people are expressing frustration, and they first and foremost want to call to the military of the government of the country that are supposed to obey the constitution and make this authoritarian government accept the results and to have a peaceful transition of power.
Yeah, the images that we were just seeing on the screen there are striking of the protests that are happening. And Danny, for years now, the country has been suffering from so much economic turmoil and widespread violence, which has caused mass immigration. What could we see happen if there is no resolution in Venezuela?
Well, I think we're going to continue to see a spiral of a country that will continue to move into more and more authoritarian methods. And what we're seeing this week is that there has been more and more, as the protests have started, there has been also more and more repression, more people taken to jail because of their political opinions only. And a recent poll of just a couple of months ago said that 40% of Venezuelans would be considering moving out of the country if the regime, if Maduro stays in power, if there's no change. So, Rachel, this would mean that there's already about 8 million Venezuelans that have fled the country since 2015 or 2016. Another 40% who are still in the country wanting to flee. That could be another 10.
Yeah, it could be a real big problem, especially with open borders. But I gotta stop really quick. Looks like over on Rumble, Broken Pine 284 for another $10. I almost stepped on a rattlesnake yesterday. Makes you hyper vigilant on the same site the next day. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I know that was a specific statement to the rattlesnake, but it makes you wonder, with everything going on right now, is not everyone becoming hyper vigilant? But it also creates paranoia, and paranoia stokes irrational thinking, and irrational thinking causes conflict. So just be aware. There is a lot of shit going on around us right now. This is the last thing on Venezuela we'll talk about, and then we're going to shift gears to the UK. Let's go ahead and bring this up. This is, again, ABC News. It's short, brief, and to the point. Let me get it on screen here. There we go. This is, they're now starting to invade their government buildings, and fuckery abounds. So here we go. Here is this one for you.
Half a dozen masked assailants ransacked the headquarters of Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado in the latest escalation of violence against opponents of Nicolas Maduro following the country's disputed presidential election. Assailants broke down doors and hauled away valuable documents and equipment. Images published by Machado's party on social media show several walls covered in black spray paint. The raids come as top officials, including Maduro himself, have threatened to arrest the opposition leader, who has gone into hiding as she seeks to rally Venezuelans to change the country's election results. Joining us now is Venezuelan political analyst Liz Rebecca Alarcón. Liz, what's your reaction to this latest show of violence?
It's to be expected, Juju. What we've seen over the last several days is that as the opposition remains steadfast in insisting that they can prove that they won last Sunday's elections and insisting that they have more than 80% of the vote tallies from all precincts across the country, and that Edmundo González Urrutia won by millions of votes, we see that the Nicolás Maduro regime has continued to oppress protesters, has continued to target leaders of the opposition across the country, like this example that you all showed. Practically every hour, we're finding out about a new instance of violence against opposition leaders, against protesters. And it is, again, to be expected from this regime that refuses to stem down.
So, whether there's a slanted angle to this or not, the bottom line is there are tensions growing all over the world. Let's jump to the UK. Man, I'm telling you, again, these are going to be slanted. This is Sky News, ironically. The same people. I'm going to have to mute some mics here. Sorry. Got to fix that. This is Sky News that ironically was attacked by Muslim extremists the next day. But I don't even like the word extremist. I think it's used just to identify people you don't like. But let's just be honest. The Sand people are pretty goddamn extreme when they think that marrying children is normal, and public beheadings is normal, and just flying planes into buildings is normal. Whatever, inside job, whatever. But you get my point. They're pretty extreme. So I'm going to use extremists for them. Anyway, let's get into this article here. I should say video here from Sky News. Again, ironically, that were attacked by Muslim extremists in another video around the same exact time. This is UK riots. Let's get into this really quick. All right, here we go.
The street battle. The street battle seen here in Plymouth yesterday could be replicated in other towns and cities tomorrow night. Police are aware of 30 planned gatherings and are braced for a big day of disorder. As happened here, neighbouring forces will be on standby to deploy where trouble erupts.
So we had officers from Avon and Somerset, Wiltshire, Dorset. We had 150 officers in total, but I do not have the actual split of who was actually local and who came in. But policing is united across the country.
There have been over 400 arrests since the rioting began last week. These the scenes at anti-migrant riots in Belfast.
Now,
I have no doubt there is a paramilitary.
what I want you to understand is the narrative being painted here is these are far-right extremists. Where have you heard that before in the United States? They are far-right extremists that are just racist. Yeah. No, there's a bigger picture going on here. And I think if you have two eyes and half a brain, you can figure out, again, if you import the third world, you become the third world. And just maybe the natives of those countries are about fed up with rape, murder, and crime sprees becoming normal in their hometowns. Maybe that's the real issue. Maybe it's not right-wing extremists being stupid. Maybe it's actually legitimate anger. But again, the news can't tell you the truth, only paint narratives, so pay attention.
To people who want to get involved in these offences, that this is becoming a national security issue.
The rioters didn't come to this hotel on the outskirts of Rotherham by accident. It was a targeted attack motivated by hatred. But if it is an act of terrorism, it still happened in the presence of police officers who were helpless to stop it.
Now, do you see the narrative? You see the narrative. These are right-wing extremists carrying out actual acts of terrorism. We're not going to talk about all the beheadings and, sorry, YouTube, rape and murder at the hands of the third world pouring into their country. That's not actual terrorism. That's fine. Those people are fine. But when the local people say enough of that, that's domestic terrorism. You see what I'm saying? It's astounding how that is spun. It is astounding that any rational thinking person on this planet could even for a moment entertain that load of horse shit. But here we go. Let's keep going.
Police and the Mayor of South Yorkshire met with community leaders to reassure them that this can be contained.
All the communities must come together and also address the false information. Spreading of false information is the main problem.
South Yorkshire's mayor says the man who owns Twitter is making things worse for those policing the internet. In a series of tweets, Elon Musk criticised UK police methods and said civil war is inevitable.
The police are looking at the intelligence behind that social media, but the fact is...
So let's think about this for a minute before we get fucking twisted. Elon Musk is a defense contractor. That man keeps track of what's going on. So when he says something, he means what he says. But these fuckers slant that to, we have to look into his statements, his fucking potential crimes. Shut the fuck up.
Softer on the Asian community who've come out in places like Birmingham to confront anti-migrant protesters.
So what I would say in respect of two-tier policing is it doesn't exist in the West Midlands. So we are here to police without fear or favour. We do that across a broad spectrum.
Here's another thing you're not going to get from mainstream news. The UK media, their media is making it very clear and threatening the residents of the UK that if they speak out about this on social media, they will be prosecuted. If they speak out about what's really going on over there, they will be prosecuted. Why would that be? Why would they be doing that? you think about it for a minute. We're going to get on to the next video here really quick. We're like 2 videos from done. Then we'll have a panel discussion and call it a night. But this is about Elon Musk, of course. You know what? Actually, we don't even have to go over that because this is slanted as well. We'll skip this video, actually. We'll go to the next one. The last one I want you to think about as American. All right. This is happening everywhere else. Of course, most of you viewers are from here. I have like 2% watching outside of the country, which is fine. We love you too. But I'm just saying that most of the audience is American. So I want Americans to think about this. It can't happen here bullshit can and is happening here. And the last video we have for you is proof it's starting to happen here. But let's get into one more UK video before we go on. And then we'll open up to the panel because they have been very respectful tonight, letting me get through this bullshit. So we'll open it up so I can blow off some steam. I know Sean is first up, so we'll get to him here shortly. All right, stand by. Let's get to this next one.
Start this out here in the UK, where there's been renewed rioting in some cities in England and Northern Ireland. The worst outbreaks of violence came in Belfast, Plymouth, and Birmingham. Nearly 400 people have been arrested after a week of violent disorder, which began last week in Southport after the fatal stabbings of 3 girls and escalated following misinformation about the identity of the perpetrator spread on social media. Last night in Plymouth, at least 3 police officers were injured in what the police described as sustained violence. Bricks and fireworks were thrown at them. 6 arrests were made. In Belfast, riot officers had stones and petrol bombs thrown at them close to a supermarket which was set alight at the weekend. As the latest disorder unfolded, the Prime Minister criticised the owner of X, Elon Musk, who posted that civil war is inevitable in the UK. Our reporter Aruna Iyengar has the latest.
2 opposing protests in Plymouth started out peacefully before vocal clashes between the anti-racism and anti-immigration groups. Police in riot gear were deployed to keep the groups apart.
You know what blows my mind? And maybe it's the fault of the public schooling systems. Maybe it's a fault of the government and the news media. Maybe it's a fault of bad parenting. But there is a large majority of individuals globally, not just in our country, but the UK obviously is as well, that go along with a narrative and will shout and protest for people that hate them to come to their country and kill them. There are people that dumb that would vote for people that would gladly lock them in cages and keep them there for extended amount of times for free labor. Kamala Harris. There are people globally that fucking stupid. So I don't know whether you blame stupid people or you blame the school system or you blame the government, the news media, or the parents. I don't know who you blame, but somebody deserved an ass whooping along the way. If not multiple people, maybe multiple groups, right? At some point, you have to take accountability. And at some point, on the other side, you have to realize these people are not just stupid. They are, in fact, your enemy. And I don't want to spread division and hatred. That is not the point. The point is these people are voting for policies that will kill other innocent human beings. They are not your friends. They are not to be reasoned with. They are not your allies, and they cannot be changed into something they're not. They are part of the puppet show that is hell-bent on destroying your freedoms, your livelihoods, and your futures. Do not make any qualms about this. At some point, you have to realize these people are lost. They will vote for policies that will harm you and your loved ones over and over and over again. All right. I think I've ranted on enough. Let's jump into the panel. I've got one last video, but we promised Sean a chance to jump in. So let's go to Sean now, assuming he's here. Let's see if I can get him on. Sean, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, jump on in.
All right. So with all the protests that are going on and the crackdown of the protests, all the crackdowns, all they do is transmit a message that the protesters are right. And I don't think it's getting through their skulls that you should probably pacify them than club them or arrest them or placate them instead of doing what they're doing, because all it's doing is, well, the globe is not on these countrysides where these protests are going on at.
Right.
Even the commie cat's upset about it. She can't govern harder.
Right. All right. Anybody else on the panel? Because this is it's insanity, man. Everything we've discussed tonight, everything we've seen here is just, it's insane.
I actually do have a little something to add to what Sean was saying just now. What's happening over in the UK, it's been building for somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 years. They have been begging their government to restrict the immigration, not stop it completely, but restrict it. They've been begging for certain areas of their cities to be properly policed. And they've been being called all sorts of horrendous names that will get you yanked off of YouTube if I utter them. And all of that because the people in charge, they want to be seen as being better than their ancestors who, and I'm air quoting this, colonized other parts of the world.
I don't know if that's quite right. The question you have to think is, where is the money going? Okay, so right now we have issues in multiple countries across the world. People are very, very unhappy. You have governments, you have organizations, you have all that sort of stuff. People are getting really jack of the whole fucking thing, but where is this going? And it starts with small things, and somewhere along the line you get people in power, and then you get more people into other places, and then someone down the line is getting cash for what is happening. This is not a minor, oops, how did this happen type thing. This is organized. Okay, so we can see what's happening in the UK right now. We can see what's about to happen in the US. Regardless of who wins the election, it's not going to be fun. When that happens, what happens elsewhere in the world? Whose allies are going to be screwed by bad issues there? Someone somewhere is dealing these cards, and like I said, the cards are decked. You know, it's a puppet master somewhere, and I'd like to know who it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the global elitists that are all in control. I mean, they pull the puppet strings of everybody.
Yeah, I don't think it's just one person. I think it's multiples, but that's just my opinion. Let's wrap this up. Going back home to America for a moment. I know some of you are watching from overseas. Some of you on the panel are from overseas. But let's go ahead and wrap this up with the final video of this evening. This is from Sail Daddy 1. He also puts out some good content. Feel free to check him out as well. Here we go.
Something is definitely wrong with New York City. Famous restaurants, and they seem to be doing this right in broad daylight multiple times a day.
It jumped on me. Sorry about that, guys.
Actually, a number of laundromats as well. We have apparently thieves running rampant all throughout New York City. There's this new thing that's been happening where they use mopeds to go around the city and pretty much rob everybody. And so there's a lot of strange things going on there that we're going to get into in this video. The fact is, now I'm going to talk about immigration, right? We heard some stories a month or two ago about that with regards to the city. I'm going to call them not so legals. That's the term I use, not so legals. Apparently these not so legals are getting illegal mopeds. Maybe they're just stealing the mopeds. I don't know. But apparently the police are now confiscating these mopeds after they go through certain areas. They actually literally set up roadblocks and areas to where you have to be searched before you can go forward. And they actually are monitoring mopeds now in the city. This is their latest solution to try to quell this whole problem, which is going rampant throughout the city. We have a channel called Cash Jordan that's been covering this a lot. And it's actually pretty ridiculous when you start looking into it. Apparently, they're just going up to random customers. And, of course, they're wearing the helmet from being on the moped, which, of course, gives them easy cover from being able to be identified, of course. They're just going up to random people at famous restaurants. And they seem to be doing this right in broad daylight multiple times a day, just going up to customers that are outside the restaurant and robbing them. Broad daylight. At New York City restaurants. And this is something we're starting to see in other cities as well. So this is actually a pattern. We've seen a lot of strangeness with, of course, cities. In America, we have a real estate collapse in real time happening right now in numerous cities, including New York City, which, of course, they've been trying to cover, up with the data. I've talked about that. I'm not really trying to get into that, but I've covered that on other videos. They apparently have expensive taste, these robbers, targeting diners at fancy NYC restaurants, police say. And this is just the latest thing. They've been doing so many things throughout New York City. This is just the latest one. Okay, you have popular, and actually this isn't the latest one. The latest one's laundromats, I think it was. Robbing laundromats. So they're going from one thing to another thing. Every time the police start to catch up to them, oh, they're doing restaurants now. Oh, okay, so we're going to cover the restaurant. Oh, no, now they're over at laundromats. Oh, they're at gas stations now. Robbing the gas stations, robbing customers at the gas stations. And we're talking multiple people at once doing this. Now, I thought it was rather curious. We see here a series of popular restaurants hit by brazen robberies. And, of course, this has been over the past month. They've been doing that. They've been doing that at various restaurants, but actually, this has been going on for months now. Just at one place or another place. It first started off. They were going to supermarkets. Then the supermarkets started to put those tags on them that basically, catch you if you try to go through a metal detector. They would put these on there, and so that sort of solved that problem. But then they just move on to the next thing. So they would go from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. And every time they're on to, they never seem to be stopped. And of course, this is mainly the not so legals that have, the ones we're welcoming in that didn't come here exactly, like I said, legally, that are doing all this, right? While at the same time, a lot of these people were getting free housing and things like that. When that ran out, this is apparently what they're doing now to fund their lives, right? They're going around doing all this stuff. You have 2 New York City police sergeants basically now in the hospital because of this. And this is just, at this point, matter of fact, they were even doing other things. Like, for instance, some of them were trying to be a little bit more legal in their operations. They were taking these mopeds and they were doing deliveries. Pizza deliveries or whatever deliveries, right? Kind of like, delivering groceries or something like that. And, Uber Eats or something like this. But the thing is they were actually ignoring like basically road laws. They would literally go the wrong way on a one way to get there faster and to get So they had all these people on mopeds running around the city going crazy, just trying to deliver stuff super fast while breaking all the road laws. And these were also the not so legal. So and this stuff is like has been going for months and months, and it just keeps turning into something new every time you turn around. You know, at first it was the subways, then it's now the restaurants, then it was the laundromats. You have here gas stations apparently is what they were doing about 2 weeks ago. So every time you turn around, there's a new thing. They were doing gas stations, they were going to gas stations, and they're still doing that, by the way. They're still doing that one. But whenever they started to get, you know, a little bit of heat on their tail, it would switch to another sort of means of robbing people. So, of course, what happened with one of these gas stations is they just shut the door with the criminals inside. And, of course, this is what kind of maybe led to them trying a different route, which, of course, would make sense if they would go to restaurants next because, you know, they would go to the people outside the restaurant sitting in the chairs out in the open. They could easily just do something. They can't get locked in here, of course, anymore. Can't get locked in here.
All right, so we're going to wrap up on this, but as you can see, it's escalating everywhere and everything. I don't know what else to tell you. It doesn't matter what angle you look at, it's escalating quickly. And that's where you got to ask yourself, like, okay, you could say the thing with Japan and the stock market crash and the fears causing all the other markets to crash globally, was that the black swan? Or the intensifying war efforts globally, is that the black swan? Or is it immigrants from third world countries turning first world countries into third world countries? Is that the black swan? Or is it all of those together? Or is it the AI that is going to take over like Skynet? I'm going to say you are seeing the black swan. It's not what if or what is. You just saw it. That is the black swan. It is all of these events as one, moving in as a big black fucking cloud. And things are going to get really, really interesting really soon. It doesn't even matter how elections go at this point. It's not going to stop what's coming. They've been planning this for a long time. Who are they? The cabal, the elitists, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Soros family, you name it. They've all had their fucking dirty fingers in the pot for a long fucking time, and they're hell-bent on making this place their own fucking puppet show for as long as they can ride it out. The problem is, as you're seeing, people are about fed up. And when you get corrupt sycophants that refuse to let go of the last grasping straws of power they have in their death throes, and you have a rising population that is saying, enough, there's only one final answer to that. Are you following me? It's happened throughout history. History doesn't always repeat, but it sure as fuck rhymes. And we are right about at the point where it rhymes again. And the black swan, as I've said, ladies and gentlemen, is upon us right now. No doubt about it. Let's jump to the panel for closing thoughts. We're going to make this brief, quick, and to the point. Next week, we'll probably resume regular discussion type show, but this week there was a lot to get out, and I needed to get through it. We actually made it. Congratulations. You stuck through a long episode of Red Pill Rhino. Panel, let's go in order here. Let's start with Cliff. Closing thoughts, sir.
With everything that's happening right now, Mando, you want to mute yourself. With everything that's happening right now, it's like there's no single thing that's happening. Obviously, people are starting to look at what could be happening between Iran and Israel, what's happening with what's happening in the UK, how they're going full 1984, what is going on in Venezuela. The biggest thing you can do right now is try to focus on what's in front of you. Yes, there is a chance that it could creep here. Be prepared for that. All right. but don't let yourself become overwhelmed with what's happening over here, over here, over here. You're just going to look like a crazy person, and you're going to look super paranoid. Try to keep a calm mind about everything. Biggest thing I have to say when it comes to a lot of the third world stuff, believe it or not, the reason why you have all those immigrants that are coming into other countries and starting to create a third world out of the first world, it's because they're the scum. They're the scum of those countries. There are some that probably are political and economic refugees. They want to look for a better life, but for the most part, they're not doctors, they're not engineers, they're not your lawyers or any of those other kind of high tier earning people. No, those people fucking stayed. Why? Because it doesn't matter if it's the country they're at is a dictatorship. So long as they can still fucking make money and they're actually a useful person, they're going to survive there. So what we're dealing with, unfortunately, is the riffraff, and they're not really going to help us. They're only going to try to look out for themselves, and that's going to result in tribalism. And I'm saying tribalism because that's probably the safer word to say. And things are going to kick off. Just make sure you are able to take care of your own. So that's all I got.
All right. Let's move on to our next panel member. MGTOW Mando, your final thoughts this evening.
Well, basically, I'm just going to say this. We all need to keep our eyes open, our heads on a swivel, and just be ready to react if something's happening. There was a question I wanted to ask earlier, but we are well past that point, and I don't think we want to try to backtrack. So let's just leave it at that.
I would say for all the people that were out there who saying this can't happen here, it already happened here during the summer of peace that supposedly happened. Unfortunately, I don't think that the higher ups got the results that they wanted, but it's a slow burn that's been going on for the past few years, and it is going to happen here again, regardless of who wins this election, and it's only going to get worse. I've seen this, throughout my life. Other countries, even here in the United States, in small sectors. And unfortunately, I've said to my own kids, this isn't the United States that we grew up in. This isn't the world we grew up in. And those who are in charge, like I said before, those who are in charge are the ones who are pulling the puppet strings, and they have all the control. So it doesn't really matter what we can try to do besides look out for our own, and that's all I got to say.
We'll move on to the next panel member here. We've got Charles Darwin.
With what is happening around the world at the moment, I suggest that everyone, I don't want to go and scare people, but I think it's a really good idea to go and get your shit in order. Make sure that you have everything you need in case the lights don't turn on. Okay, just do what you got to go and do. If you have to, find a place to be from where you currently are. If you've got a friend who's got a farm, say, hey, is it cool if we go and, I don't know, sit there for a week? Cool. Do something, but make sure that you have that ability that if you don't actually have what you can get from a supermarket or anything else, you can still feed your family, your friends, whoever, and make sure that you can protect them as well. All right, so take care, fellas.
All right. Thank you so much for the words of wisdom there. Finally, we're going to go to Sean St. George to wrap things up. Your final thoughts, sir?
So I'll ask you this, Rhino. Do you think this Black Swan event is just going to be a group of black swans
Yeah,
that
flock of
measure
seagulls.
and that vary in severity? Sorry.
I absolutely jumping back in to answer your question. I think we're looking at it's meant to be a humorous reference, but yes, yeah, a flock of seagulls. So no, it's not just one black swan. It is the mother of all black swans. It has all been accumulating for several decades, and it's finally all coming to a head. That is my opinion.
Okay. Because I try to look up, what do they call a group of swans? Because they make up some fairly creative names for this. So swans actually have like several different names for groups, but the most common ones are a bevy, a bank, and a herd. So maybe we're looking at a black bank, black herd, a black bevy.
There you go. Either way, regardless of what you want to call it, it is definitely coming. And as Charles Darwin said, it is best to be prepared for this one. I had to get up from the chair. It's been a long show, and quite frankly, I need to stand a little bit here. We're going to wrap it up here. Gentlemen, ladies, those of you watching that are ladies, what is going on with the mouse? We're going to have to close this with the other mouse. That's a first. I can't find it. There it is. It's back. There's a screen above me as well. Anyway, ladies, gentlemen, be prepared and help prepare those close to you, family, friends, and anyone else that may matter to you. Get ready. Now, there's many ways, shapes, and forms that can happen. You need to determine what's best for you. I nor anybody in this panel or even in this space can tell you what's best for you. All I can tell you is it is beyond time at this point. If you've been watching for, I know we've been on here 2 years. I know this has been going on for 3 years. This channel is going on 14 years. But regardless, if you haven't been listening or doing up until tonight, you're a few minutes to midnight, if you catch my drift. I would start doing something now, whether that is paying down debt, whether that is stocking up on supplies, whether that is learning skills for survival. I will tell you the good news. We are at, and this might be next week's episode, we are at the fourth turning. It is going to go down. If you don't know about the fourth turning, this week is your chance to get educated and caught up, because I do actually think that's what we're going to talk about next week. The fourth turning always ends. The Civil War was a fourth turning. World War II was a fourth turning. The Revolutionary War was a fourth turning. What is a fourth turning? Briefly, it is a cycle. There is a first, second, third, and the fourth. And the fourth is usually the last. Some people describe it as the weak men create hard times and so forth and so on. That cycle. We are in the fourth right now. We are in the hard times. The good news is those that talk about the fourth turning speculate that it ends between 2028 and 2032. So, that being said, the fourth turning was a revolutionary war, a civil war, a world war. That doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. It just means the 50s came out of World War II, and that was pretty good, right? So keep that in mind. Everything may, in fact, go to shit. That's true. But there's always better to come from it. So if you can get through this, it will come out better in the end. All right. We'll at least have our first turning in most of our lifetimes, which will be cool. It's just that we're going to have to go through the suck. That's where I want to leave this, because I know I told you I don't want to focus on all negatives and doom and gloom. That's the good news. This will come to an end. This is ending. It's just how ugly it's going to be, I can't say. So, make a plan, survive the end of it, make it to the first turning. And in the chat, really quick, first comment wins. Do you want to play Kashmir again or our regular outro? It's up to you. in the chat. Anybody? I'll look at the chats really quick. Make sure we're caught up on PayPal as well. But the first one, Cashmere or regular outro? You let me know in the chat. That Cashmere was excellent. That is Starset. They're a band founded in 2014, and they are killing it. By the way, our intro is brought to you by Jeffrey Paul, as always. And a lot of our ads commercials are brought to you by Billy Von Bomb at billyvonbomb.com. So be sure to check him out as well. I think we're caught up on super chats. Everything looks good on my end. Going to go back to the chat. I don't see an answer whether we're going to do Cashmere or the regular outro. So I'll leave it to the panel to decide, what are we going to end this on? Cashmere or the regular outro? Up to you guys. First one wins.
Cashmere.
All right.
Cashmere.
That's what we're going to do. All right, guys.
I'm good for Cashmere.
I'll put you guys. Yeah, go ahead.
Rhino, can I
Jump
go
in
ahead
real
and can I plug my show for tomorrow night?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
All right. Awesome. Thank you very much. Anybody that doesn't know me, I actually do a show with my brother, Brian, on Wednesdays and Saturdays. We've been on hiatus for a bit because we have family obligations, but you can go ahead, find us at Out of Service. It's all one word on YouTube. You can also find us Out of Service 24 on Rumble. Don't ask me why we got that number, but go ahead, look for the logo, and that'll point you directly to our channel. We usually do a show every Wednesday and every Saturday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. So we hope to see you there.
All right. On that note, I don't have any final words for you other than what I already said. I just got to queue up the playlist here. So I'm going to put these guys backstage. We will probably have an after party. I just got to share the links. I'll post them up during the outro. So there you go. Thank you again, members, for joining tonight. It was awesome to have you guys here. I know you didn't get to say as much as usual, but your words were still very well spoken. So thank you for coming on. You're always welcome. Also, audience, you are also welcome as well. So be sure, if you want to jump in when you see those links pop up to join the show. I'd love to hear your input. But for now, we're going to jump back to Cashmere, done by Starset. And that's where we'll leave you tonight. And we'll call it a night. We'll see you next week. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe, share with a friend, family member, coworker, colleague, whatever it might be, and get the word out there. You doing that helps this channel far more than anything else I could ask of you. Just a simple like or a share goes a long way. On that note, I'll catch you guys next week. And thank you, as always, for tuning in.